This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon and welcome to you all from wherever you may be in the world. Welcome to andBeyond and Ngala this afternoon. We've got a lovely herd of impalas here. You can see the male with his horns there in and amongst a whole lot of females. Beautiful scene to start this afternoon. It's a bit chilly here at Ngala this afternoon, a little bit different to what I've been used to. Looking very forward to my first drive back in a long time. It's good to be back in the seat. This afternoon we've got Tristan and Lauren at Djuma, Grant at Phinda, and Steve at Pridelands on a Bushwalk. And so we just started. I've got a few jerseys on, trying to keep a bit warm. Sit with these impalas, but sit back and enjoy. Welcome to your very own live safari from the African bush. Welcome back, everybody. So we're still sitting with this herd of impalas, and I'm on my way to kind of go and check a small little watering hole this afternoon. And there was, as we drove in, like a kind of what I seem to suspect to be a false alarm, in fact. But it got all these females quite excited, and I think the male kind of moved in and they shuffled away. But good afternoon, everybody. I'm Daniel Fisher, and on camera this afternoon we've got Owen Dull, or OD as he's more commonly known. And so as I was coming in, these impalas all kind of scattered, and there was like a false alarm. And as they moved away, the male kind of went into the middle of the herd, and kind of like two opposite magnets, the females moved away from him. And I think often in this long kind of grass, they will seem to think that they see something, and then false alarm, and that'll put everybody on edge. And there's a grey go-away bird who's just called as well. So just the fact that there are some grey go-away birds in the area, and they're not going kind of ballistic with their alarm calls, and if there was a predator in the area they would be doing so. And these impalas have kind of calmed down, just kind of going back to feeding and moving around. They huddled quite closely together as well. That could also be for warmth on a cooler day like today. David, that's a lot of impalas. It is quite a large group of impalas, I agree with you. And they are super closely huddled together. I know you can't see all of them in the bush on the left, but it may even be more than what you think, David. I'd guess maybe around 20. Maybe my guesstimation is slightly off, but I'd guess about 20. There's a big male in the middle there, kind of just working his way through. We've kind of gone past the rutting or mating season. He might be trying his luck, trying to find a female that's coming into late estrus. And maybe he'll be lucky enough to get a chance to mate with one or two females. I mean, it's not unheard of come April time for females to be giving birth to lambs. But generally, the rutting season is around May, and they'll be giving birth around beginning of December. So, yeah, interesting to see these impalas here kind of just chewing. You see how she's not really eating anything per se, but she's continuously chewing. It's to do with her digestive system. And she's moving off now to go and chew something else, chewing some flies away with her tail. So their digestive system, impalas are ruminants. They have got 4 stomachs, in which it's actually an incredibly productive digestive system. They get lots of nutrients out of the food that they eat by passing essentially the cud, simplified, passing between all the stomachs, allowing the digestive system to get as much of the nutrients out of the grass and the kind of shrubs that they eat. Impalas aren't restricted to only eating grass or only eating trees or bushes. They're something that we call mixed feeders. So they'll feed on both grasses and small shrubs and short trees if they get the chance. So you'll see on a really hot day or even a cool day like today, you see how this one's still chewing there. They'll pass like a small little ball of what we call cud, which is essentially digested food. It'll go up into their jaws, they'll chew it, then they'll pass it back down into another stomach essentially, and then pass it back up. It's slightly more complicated than what I'm saying, but just for ease of understanding. They just pass the food between stomachs. You see how alert all of them are. A few of them are kind of down, heads down, feeding, scratching. But there's almost always someone looking around and listening. Elizabeth, what's the coolest weather I've experienced on Ngala? Now, I'm going to interpret this question in two ways. Maybe it's a South African way, in terms of cool being quite interesting weather. I mean, in summertime we get these amazing thunderstorms, which after a really hot day is amazing to watch and feel, like lots of lightning, lots of quick, hard rain, sometimes big hailstorms, and it's often for shorter periods of time. So that, to me, is quite cool weather, but cool is in the literal sense in terms of temperature. Here in the low veld, it doesn't really get terribly cold in terms of the actual temperature. It might get to around 8 degrees Celsius, maybe slightly colder than that on very cold days or in the riverbeds in the mornings. But, and I mean, if you're standing still, that's not very cold. But when you're on an open vehicle like we are here, I mean, Odie and I are sitting in an open vehicle with no roof, I've got no door, and if you're driving around, I mean, I can stand right out here, it's pretty open, there's no roof, the sun's now coming out, which is quite nice. And when the wind starts to hit you in your face and you haven't got a jacket on, that temperature from about 8 degrees can drop incredibly quickly to well below freezing. The wind chill factor will take it right down to below freezing, and you'll wait in wintertime in the early mornings for that sun to come out and warm you up. I mean, how's that sun? I was just talking about the sun coming out. It's now kind of glowing on these coats of these impalas. And impalas are often, to me personally, some of the more underrated animals out here in the bush. They are something that we see an incredible amount of. Probably the animal we see most around here, at least in terms of the mammals. And, oh, you see that? Something got their attention. I'm just trying to see if I can see what it is. But because we see them so often, people often underrate them and kind of drive past them. So I just want to listen quickly. It's always amazing to see just how alert they are. But there's a reason that impalas are so abundant and there's so many. To me personally, they must be one of the most well-adapted animals to surviving out here, and that's why you see so many of them. From their unique breeding strategy to kind of having a very short rutting season or mating season where all the females will be impregnated at a very similar time. That allows them to have a similar gestation period where they'll all give birth at a very similar time as well, allowing their young, although they do get eaten by lots of things. I mean, young impalas can even be eaten by ground hornbills and snakes. Lions and leopards are not fussy about it. All sorts of predators. Birds will eat young impalas as well. And by giving birth to a whole lot of little ones all at the same time, yes, lots of them will be eaten, but there's a really good chance of a whole lot of them surviving. And that's an interesting one. Once again, I'll go back to their digestive system, being ruminants, having a really good digestive system, and also being what we call mixed feeders. I also touched on that earlier. Being able to eat both grass and trees and bushes, being both grazers and browsers, is a unique kind of survival strategy that they've developed through evolution and through thousands and millions of years. And that's essentially, particularly in South Africa, allowed them to be one of the most successful animals, at least in the low veld. And that's one of the reasons that you see so many of them around. And they are incredibly beautiful to look at. They've got this amazing coat. You can see underneath their tummies that very obvious white that sticks out. Then kind of like caramel color, that middle caramel color, and then like a darker caramel color on the top. And they are an amazing animal to just sit and watch. And you see this group, I mean, all of them moving around. Ears are always going. And as I said, that initial alarm call got my attention. They seem to have calmed down. And then just a few moments ago, they all got excited about something. And what it was, it might have been just a little rustle in the grass. Maybe it was another animal's alarm call. What it was, I'm not 100% sure, but they are ever alert. They've also got this kind of group mentality here where we're sitting that, yeah, there are lots of eyes, lots of ears, lots of eyes looking for danger, lots of ears looking out for danger, lots of noses trying to smell and see what they can pick up on the breeze. for danger. But there's also this group mentality that if something does come in and manages to catch an impala, because you're in a group, excuse me, because you're in a group, the chances of it being you is very low. Did you hear? Excuse me, I've got a frog in my throat here. You hear that kind of, like I always describe it as, almost sounds like someone's blowing their nose really loudly. That's what kind of gets our attention. It'll also get everybody else's attention. So they're going at it again. The females don't look too worried. Just trying to see exactly which one is doing it. That's it. Odie says he's got it. Like, watch this female closely. Look how alert she is. And watch her nose and her whole body. It's super loud, and that alarm system will be warning everybody else around you that there might be a potential prey, but all the other impalas aren't, potential predator, all the other impalas aren't too worried, so I'm not too worried. Okay, I'm going to love and leave these impalas. I'm going to keep going on my way, and in the meantime, I'm going to send you over to Djuma.
Well, we've managed to find Kara in the most ridiculous spot possible. She's higher than you can imagine. You might see the tower in the background there. She's about as high as the tower is in one of the most massive marulas possible. What she is doing that high, I have no idea, but she looks pretty comfortable and looks pretty happy with life. Anyway, my name is Tristan. On camera I've got David this afternoon, and we are coming to you live from the Sabi sands, as well as Phinda and Ngala. And because of that, we would love to hear from all of you. So remember that you can use hashtag WildEarth on Twitter, at FC on the YouTube chat. Kids, you can send your kids' questions to kidsquestions@wildearth.tv, as well as any of the other comments boxes in the platforms that we stream to. But crazy, I don't know, like I say, why she's chosen that particular tree. It's not like there's any protection from the sun up there. It is in the full sun, but it's also miles in the air. I think she's going to come down there. You see she's yawning. I haven't seen a cat that high up in a long time. Silly girl. We drove around looking for her, thinking, where did we leave her? She's not where we left her. And then David spotted her up there. I mean, there's very few times that you're going to look that high up in a marula when you're looking for a leopard that you left on the ground. So I have no idea, why that high, but I suppose if you're a cat, you can do what you like. If you've got the skills to do it, why not? It's just quite nice with the tower in the background because it gives you an idea of height. If we had to go and park there, I don't even know if Dave would be able to film it. It would be such a steep angle. This further kind of position allows us to actually see her quite nicely. But yeah, she's probably, what do you reckon that is, David? 15 meters? 20 meters?
Wow, somewhere around 15, I'd say.
Yeah, maybe 15, 20 meters above. So I don't even know how much that is in feet, but it is a long way up. I reckon you could probably stack 2 giraffe on top of each other. Maybe not quite, 1.5 giraffe on top of each other, and then you'd reach her. So she's probably a good 40 feet in the air. The kill's not up there as well, so it's not like the kill's there. I think she just decided this is where she's going to rest for the day, which is perfectly fine. But I wonder if she's not going to get hot at some point. Anyway, we'll sit with her for the afternoon and let's see what she gets up to. No doubt she's going to be full of character if she's already climbing this high.
Okay, well, welcome back, everybody. So I'm kind of just cruising along this road, a very rarely used road, in fact. You can see it's quite overgrown. Even in the wintertime, it's quite thick and lush. I've been told that the female leopard that we know is the Ngala female, who I haven't seen in some time. I've just got back from leave and been away from Ngala for some time. So I'm very interested to see what's happening. Last time I saw her two little cubs, they were still very small. We kind of just started to view them. So I've been told that she's been hanging around in this area, and both the cubs, or maybe Odie seems to think that maybe only one's around. I'm going to have to find out. Is hanging around in this area. So I'm just double checking that she hasn't been moving in here trying to see some tracks. On this particular road that we're on right now, it's very difficult to see tracks. You can see the kind of grass cover over the tracks where the wheels go is substantial, and that makes tracking very difficult. I'm kind of looking for a more sandy patch in the road. We are kind of right on the bank of the riverbed here, so that might allow us a good chance to spot some tracks. So I'm just kind of going along this road. There is a watering hole up ahead, around the watering hole as well, maybe on the edges where it's a bit muddy. That might be a good place to see if we can pick up on some tracks. And you'll see as well in this area there's a little bit of water around, not too much though, so I'm sure in the past few weeks this female's been using this watering hole almost exclusively to drink. And I'll be able to pick up on that if I have a little walk around the watering hole, see if we can see tracks coming in. It'll be interesting to see if she's been taking her cubs around to this watering hole as well. Particularly, I mean, the cubs are starting to eat meat more and more. So they will be needing to frequent this watering hole from time to time as well, particularly after a meal. So I'm going to quickly go and have a look around here, see if we can't see what's been happening and if they haven't been frequenting this watering hole in the past few weeks while I've been away.
A very good afternoon to you all at home, and a welcome to andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve, where we've decided to start the show taking it nice and easy at this big, beautiful watering hole. My name is Grant, and behind the camera is Johan, and we decided this afternoon to start off the show nice and chilled, get an intro in and say hello to all of you nice and early on in the afternoon, and then from here we're going to go and see what Phinda has to offer for us this afternoon. It's just such a stunning scene at this waterhole. And you might have seen it a few times before, and we've found one specific spot where we were able to get some good signal. Not in the most ideal position, but we can see the whole waterhole here, well, most of the waterhole. And it's just really great to come and sit here for a little bit and spend a bit of time seeing what's going on, seeing what the hippos are up to. Now, when we arrived here, actually, we tried to show you, but it didn't work out. The hippos that you can see in your screen at the moment, they were all standing out of the water on the bank, and we assume trying to get a little bit of warmth from the sun. It has been rather chilly in Phinda the last few days. We've had a bit of a cold front come through, and so the air, even when we're moving right now, I mean, the temperature where we're sitting is probably in the high teens, close to 20 degrees Celsius. But when we're moving, there's a definite chill in the air. So you can imagine if you have to spend your whole day in the water, it would get quite chilly. So this little piece of land that juts out from the wall of this dam has got a lot of birds on it, and that's where the hippos were, in fact. And so we're just having a look at these cormorants. They're not doing too much. They seem to just be sunning themselves a little bit this afternoon before it gets too cool this evening. So we're just going to spend a little bit of time at this waterhole. There's quite a lot that we want to show you, and we'll send you across to Dan at Ngala.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome back to andBeyond Ngala. And what a surprise we have here. What an amazing little find this afternoon. So what a welcome back to me as well. We've got 3 leopards that are currently in this tree. And I know we can only see the one's little head now, but as we zoom out, there's one there, Odie was just on. There's another second cub, which has just popped its head behind that main bush. I can see its tail just flicking there. And then a female leopard just at the base of the tree, the mother. Odie, can you see it just yet? Look how camouflaged she is. You can just see the back of her head. There she is. Wow, what an amazing start. And welcome back to Ngala for me. This is the Ngala female and her 2 cubs. And they are about 4 months old, just maybe over that. Excuse me. And the reports of me telling me to head into this area have been smack bang on. I mean, they are here, which is fantastic. Jane, what a way to start the drive. I couldn't agree with you more. What an absolute wonderful way to start the drive, and what a way to welcome me back to Ngala. I mean, leopards in Ngala has always been so well known for lions and lions and lions, but to have 3 leopards, particularly 2 such small little cubs up in the tree, is such a treat. And just judging by this kind of behavior, I would guess they've eaten some kind of food recently. They look like they've got pretty full bellies. I'm just trying to pick up a pair of binos. I did have a quick look. There might very well be a carcass in this tree somewhere. I'm just going to have a quick little look around. You see the little ones are that one was like licking its paws. Very, very cute. You see how it kind of scratches its face after it licks its paws, then scratches its face. It's very likely got pieces of blood that is on its cheeks, and that's a difficult place to lick and clean. Leopards are like lots of other cats, are fastidious groomers. They want to be clean, they want to smell. They don't want to stink, rather. They don't want to smell nice, but they don't want to stink. So they'll lick their paws like that, get rid of the kind of excess blood that's sitting on their paws, and also on their cheeks. When you lick your paw, you put saliva on it, and then you wipe your face, and you get rid of the saliva that's there. So these guys are looking very happy. It's amazing to see such small little cubs kind of up in the tree. They are already very, very good climbers, and that'll be their best form of defense. In fact, if a predator were to come through, they'd climb up into a tree very, very quickly. And mother as well, she will be putting carcasses up in the trees to get them away from predators. I mean, in this area, we've got an incredibly high hyena population. So in other areas where there are fewer hyenas, it's far more comfortable for leopards to eating. Leopard lover, good to hear that you are once again in leopard heaven. So as I was saying, in areas where there are fewer hyenas or the density of hyenas is lower, it's far more comfortable and easy for a leopard to eat on the floor when you haven't got to worry about hyenas coming to steal your food. So if they don't have to, or if the female's just got up, let's see if she might just be moving around and getting herself more comfortable. Sorry, a little bit of a false excitement there. She did get up. I was hoping she was maybe going to take us to that carcass that she might have around here stored somewhere. But it seems like she's just moving around and getting more comfortable. She's got an ever watchful and ready eye on her cubs, making sure that they are safely up in the tree. And as I said, up in the tree they are safest. They obviously are still at risk against certain things, maybe another leopard or a male leopard coming through, and he might not think that these are his cubs. But for the most part, up in the tree, those little cubs are very safe. And also, I mean, I was talking earlier about leopards having to hoist carcasses up into trees to ensure that they can keep it for as long as they can. It takes a lot of energy. I mean, a leopard has got one of the strongest weight to strength ratios in the world, being able to take carcasses even that weigh more than themselves up into a tree. And I mean, even if you just look at this tree here, I mean, and when Odie did zoom out earlier, it's a pretty big, significant tree with a long vertical trunk. And there are a few horizontal branches in the tree which are perfect for hanging carcasses in. But have a look, I mean, from the ground to get to the first V in that tree, where you can kind of get your first grip of a carcass, is probably 3.5 meters, probably 3 3 meters is much more than 7 foot. But anyway, 3.5 meters up from the ground, and to get something that weighs more than you with no hands, just your mouth, your jaws, and your strong neck, takes an incredible amount of strength and a lot of energy. So if you can avoid taking a carcass up into a tree, they certainly will. Interesting to see. I mean, maybe there isn't a carcass around here because I haven't seen a hyena. I was just talking about the hyena density in this area, and often with a carcass up in a tree, particularly with, look at the little one up it gets. The little one on the left-hand side has just got up. I wonder if it's looking at its sibling. So I don't even know the sexes of these cubs yet. I just want to quickly have a quick closer look, see if we can sex them quickly. That one standing looks like it. Let's watch this. I mean, at 4 months old, they are incredibly good climbers. Look at it kind of gripping there. Oh! Nearly fell out the tree there. What an awesome little learning. You see how quickly it gripped onto the tree though? Oh, let's see it come down. Watch how amazingly it can come down. Those claws are super sharp. Just kind of shimmy down. So easy. Down onto the ground. It's so amazing. In the past few weeks that I haven't been here, she's now gone towards mom. I wonder if I can... Oh, she's coming right towards us, in fact. So they will still be suckling at this age as well. Look how camouflaged it is in the grass. And if it wanted to disappear, looks like it's just having a wee. Going to the bathroom there in the long grass. If it wanted to disappear, it would just lie down and it would completely disappear. Just watching us. It's amazing to see in the past few weeks that I haven't been here just how confident these two little ones have gotten. Coming towards the vehicle. Oh, up it goes. Quite considerate to move away from mom and the sibling. It's going to go to the bathroom. Let's see if I can sneak forward a little bit here. Let's see if I can sneak forward here. The other one's kind of popped its head into that V in the tree as well. Kind of watching the action. Watching its sibling. Let's see, mom looks like, remember that one that we came down the tree was giving itself a really good bath. Odie says this is the spot. So let me stop here quickly. Giving the other one a really good bath. Kind of licking, remember it was licking its paws to try and get to those difficult spots. Okay, so the one up in the tree is also turning around. I wonder if it's not going to come to, oh, never mind. Sorry, I'm sending Odie on a real goose chase here. But what an amazing start to the afternoon. I'm certainly going to spend a bit more time around here, see if we can't find a carcass, and see if these 2 or these 3 leopards can't treat us to an amazing afternoon. In the meantime, I'm going to send you somewhere else.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngala Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Hi, I'm Nikki, your guide here at andBeyond in Ngala. So my favorite animal in the African bush definitely has to be the zebra, because like people, with our fingerprints, every single zebra has a different stripe pattern. And of course, a group of zebras together is called the dazzle. How unique is that? Come and join me or one of my colleagues here in Ngala for a sunrise and sunset safari on WildEarth.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
Good afternoon, and welcome on board the Bushwalk team here from Eco Training Pridens. Good afternoon, welcome everybody. I hope you're having a beautiful day. The sun has just come out in the last couple of moments, just before you arrived with us here. The sun has emerged. Hello everyone, my name is Steve, joined by Paul on camera, and we are very excited to have you with us, and I hope you're excited to join us on a bushwalk. We're going to walk that way. Are you keen? Are you interested? Let's jump on board once again, and like yesterday, if there are any special interests with regards to what you'd like to talk about this afternoon on Bushwalk, please do send them through. Hopefully we can accommodate. We did try and deal with insects yesterday and hissing ants. Unfortunately, there were no hissing ants in that vicinity. And then also adult versus baby poo. It was quite an interesting topic. Ended with me climbing some trees, so thanks for that. So this afternoon we're going to explore this drainage line here towards the west and see what we can find. Are you excited to join us? I hope you have. If you've never been on Bushwalk before, a suitable pair of boots is normally advisable. A pair of gaiters here protects your socks. A very nice hat on normal days. The last few days hasn't really been needed, but now the sun has come out, and a nice stick is always quite helpful, as well as enthusiasm and water. So come join us, see what we can find, and we'll send you over to Tristan in the meantime, who I think is still with one of the leopards.
Well, we are still with Cara. She's come down the tree now and basically plonked herself in a nice little bit of shade, the only shade that's around, and I can see why she's out the tree. It is hot in the sun, so it doesn't surprise me that she's decided that being up trees at this temperature with no shade is not a great idea. Now it's firmly plonked her bottom in the sun. The shade. I also laughed at her because she's been trying to find her kill, and I think she's forgotten where she's put it. Because she walked to the complete opposite direction to where she is now. Then she went back towards the tree she came out of. Then she cut back towards this area, and the whole time she's sniffing at every single bush. So I think maybe she's forgotten where she actually placed the kill, which is behind her basically. There's a little bush behind where she is, and in that little thicket there is where she actually dropped it this morning. So unless she's moved it during the day, she should be pretty close to where it is. But as you could kind of see that she was sort of walking around thinking to herself, well, where have I put this thing and how am I going to find it again? Her nose was to the ground and just having a good sniff around. She also had a bit of a phlegm and grimace when she sniffed at one of the trees. So where she is right now is really heart of Shadulu's area. Shadulu is the one that walks through here. I've never seen Tlalamba in this block. That's not to say that maybe she hasn't come through here at some point, but I've never actually physically seen her here. And she normally stops at the road, 2 roads over from where we are to the east. But I'm sure she can pick up the scent of her mom every now and then and have a little sniff and just try and make out who she is. Remember that she will be starting to come into an estrus cycle now. She's, well, not right now, but she's getting to that age where she should start coming to her first estrus cycle. And it's going to be interesting to see who she mates with. I was really hoping that she was going to end up mating with Tavangumi. That's what I kind of wanted. But the reality is where she is more likely going to be Mulawati or Tortoise Pan. Unfortunately for her at the moment, she's kind of hanging around between the 3 of them. So Tortoise Pan to the sort of northwest, Mulawati to the west, southeast, and Tavangumi to her northeast. And she kind of moves around in between all of them. And we know that Tavangumi's already chased her around a bit. And I'm sure Mulawati's come across her too. There's no ways she hasn't bumped into him. All right, my girl, big sleep. I'm so happy though, because she's uber chilled with us this afternoon. She's, allowing us to park pretty close to where she is. She hasn't shown once that she's wary of us. She really has been an absolute little treat, so I'm super excited that she is the way that she is, and this goes to show if we just give her a bit of space and just let her settle first, that she'll be all right. Okay, well, the afternoon plan is to stay with her. Let's see if she eventually hoists this kill, and hopefully she'll take it back up her massive tree. In the meantime, let's send you across to Lauren so she can say good afternoon and tell you what her plans are for today.
Hello, and good afternoon. The sun is shining, everybody, and we've came across some elephants, which is the absolute best start to the day, for me at least. Gotta love the elephants. My name is Lauren, and I have our brand new cameraman, Mr. BK, on today. He's not new at all. It's just good to have him back. It feels new because he's not been here in so long. We've got one big bull feeding close to the termite mound. I think it's another bull that's with him, but I'd obviously have to have a much closer look. And my view is slightly blocked by the russet bush willow there that he's quite, well, I was going to say feeding on, but I think the better word is destroying. Elephants will just take the entire branch. This is a perfect example. BK, look at this small marula here. Can you see that? It's been completely ring-barked, completely destroyed by the elephants. Look, and it's now dead. A tree can't survive once it's been ring-barked. The elephants are not meaning to kill the tree, but sadly they are after the cambium layer. It's an incredibly delicious layer in between the xylem and the phloem of the tree. I think this might be a bachelor herd of bulls here. There's a huge one coming in the background. Yep, that's two boys for sure at the front. Can you hear the jongos? That's the birthday of jongos. Are you hungry, mister? There's something really nice about seeing bulls spend time together, I feel. It's all they need to. They're doing it for obvious reasons, but it's really quite endearing to watch, isn't it? They won't just take the grass straight away. They shake it and they shake it and they shake it, and they're trying to get rid of, I mean, it's not so common to have insects around in winter, but maybe insects, ticks, dust, dirt, anything that's on the grass. So they give them quite the shake treatment before they put it in their mouth. It's not just one shake, it's a series of shakes, but it's very endearing to watch. I agree with you. BK, did you see elephants at Tswalu? BK's just came back from Tswalu. I also went there to visit Davi, and I must say, it's an amazing place, but you do, when you come from an environment where there's lots of elephants, you miss them. You really miss them. You notice their absence. I love it when Ellies are around. Okay, I'm going to sit here a little bit longer with these bulls, but we are going to send you over to my good friend Grant at Phinda.
From one peaceful scene to the next, we are still out next to our big waterhole, and we just decided to show you some of the scenery. We've got the very well known on Phinda Tabankosi Mountain that Johan was showing you now, and still lots of activity around this waterhole, mostly bird activity. There was a small group of Inyalas that came down. They didn't even drink. They actually just fed on some of the vegetation around the edge of the waterhole, and then they moved off. But what we've been watching mostly are these white-breasted cormorants. Oh, there's a hippo that's starting to come out, Johan, just to the right. Keep going right. There we go. And we were hoping that this would happen. You have come at the perfect time. Well done to FC for coming to us at that moment. Look at that. That is not something that you get to see very often. Oh, and the big one, not very happy at the birds, shaking its head. I can't believe it. We were literally considering, okay, should we stay for one last segment, or should we move on? And I'm very glad we stayed. Look at that, the hippo fully out of the water. Quite unusual to see. And look at the belly of the hippo. You'll see the pink color. And if you look around the ears and the eyes, a little sensitive, but they are also pink in color. And the parts that get exposed to the sun the most, those are those go really brown with age. I wonder if they're going to lie down. So they've come out and they're just standing completely still at the moment. I think considering their next move, they're trying to consider what they're going to do next. But also looking at the birds. Keeping an eye on the birds. They don't want the birds to come too close to them. Not that the birds are any concern for them. But these hippos tend to be a little bit nervous a lot of the time, and it's especially when they're out of the water. So often when a car arrives at this waterhole, you see them out of the water for a minute or two, and then they all rush back into the water. I'm chuffed we waited because they've obliged our patience. And the third, is it going to come out? No. Just resting its chin on the bank there. They've got an awesome little spot there where they are kind of half in the water, half out, so they feel relatively safe that they can quickly dart into the water if they need to. And that is just really, really special to see.
Welcome back, everyone. Lovely afternoon scenes as the sun emerges out of the clouds to give us some quite picturesque moments.
Kara's in flat cat mode, but it won't last long, I don't think. She's quite a busy animal, and there's, like I say, a kill that's on the ground, so we know that at some point this afternoon she's going to try and hoist it up. She's not going to leave it on the ground, even though there's not a lot of meat left, given that her tummy's a little bit full from this morning. It would be nice to kind of see her grab it and take it up. I don't think she'll be super hungry to finish it on the ground. I think she's going to wait until that sun just dips a little bit, then she'll grab it, up the tree she'll go, and you'll end up with a situation where she'll be able to kind of get it out of the way of hyenas and things like that. Now, this morning there was a report that Tswalu crossed into Djuma. Now, where she crossed in is directly south of where we are right now. And given that this is one of her routes that she uses, there's every chance that Tswalu might also arrive in this sighting at some point this afternoon, which would be pretty cool if she did. It'd be nice to have Mom and Cub, well, I say Cub, not really, Mom and Kara together, let's rather say it like that, and see, what that interaction would be like. I'm sure they bump into each other fairly regularly these days. They're both occupying a very similar area. Alright, so while our little cat suntans its tummy, it sounds like Chad at Phinda has got some animals doing some suntanning of their own.
We do have a couple of suntanners here, and that hippo on the left-hand side has just chased the entire flock of white-breasted cormorants off of the island, or I should say pinnacle, not island. And all the birds panicked and flew away. It's quite interesting that a hippo would be so aggressive towards the birds. It literally opened its mouth, showed its teeth, and drove the birds away. We'll see if slowly they start to, they're all circling around the edge of the waterhole, but the birds might come back. You can see them flopping around in the water close by. And there's a number of hippos circling around the edge. Whoops. Whoa! Some very aggressive Egyptian geese just came in. We now have 3 hippos out of the water, but you'll see the birds slowly starting to come back, realizing that the hippo is not actually going after them, but I think it wanted that little piece of land where the birds were all sitting. And the hippo is not really doing anything. Dirt kills you asking if their skin becomes softer from staying in the water for a while. So the hippo's skin is such a weird, it has such a weird feeling, such a weird texture to it when you touch it, because it's hard and quite tough. But you are quite right. When humans spend a long time in water, especially hot water, you soak it all up and your skins get that, your fingertips get that little wrinkly feeling to them. And the softer parts of a hippo also go like that. But they are very well adapted to life in water, so they have got quite big paws, and the water doesn't really soak into their skin as it does our skin. But their skin is very, very sensitive to the sun, so it's only really now in winter when you'll see them coming out of the water like this. Here here on Phinda. I've seen pictures and videos of hippos out of the water at bizarre times, like during the middle of the day in the heat. Oh, there's a little baby coming out. Look at the little one. That is so cute. A perfect little miniature replica. Just judging by their behavior, the fact that they are just milling about out of the water there, they haven't laid down. Seems as though they literally just want to be out of the water and not in the water. Usually when they want to soak up some sun, they'll lie down. But you'll see the spot where they are standing at the moment, it's like half water. It's basically mud that they've created on the island there, or the little pinnacle. Oh, the baby has decided to sit down. Carol, you're asking how, or do I know how old these hippos are? So the baby, just because there has been a mom with a calf in this waterhole for the past few months, and so if it is the same baby, mostly going on the size relative to the bigger hippos, the baby is probably around about 4 or 5 months old. But the adults, it's really quite difficult to say, because once that's about 4 years old, they are pretty close to fully grown. Bulls will grow a little bit bigger, but cows, once they reach about 4 years old, they're pretty much fully grown, and then the bulls will expand a little bit more, get a little bit more bulky, for probably around about another 2 years. So bulls fully grown by 6, but cows around about 4 years old. And so those bigger ones, it's quite tough to say. You have to have a really good look at the condition of them. So older hippos will get quite a lot of scars and scratches on their body, mostly from when they come out of the water to graze at night. Sometimes they walk through quite dense areas, especially when they're leaving the waterhole. Not all of the waterholes are like this one, where there's some areas where it's really quite open and it's grassland immediately. But if you look at the back bank where the hippos, or the back bank of this waterhole, you'll see the bush is really quite thick. And a lot of those areas, the hippos have to walk through, and a lot of those bushes are thorn bushes. And so the hippos will get scratches from the thorns and branches as they walk and scrape past them. And so an older hippo will be covered in scratches, whereas younger hippos won't have developed so many scratches. And in general, hippos live till around about 25 to 30 years. Yeah, Victor, I agree. It's not often that we get to see hippos coming out of the water, so I'm very glad that you are enjoying the sighting as much as we are. It looks like the little baby is having some fun with that little plant behind it. Oh, and I've just heard a fish eagle calling. Oh, there it is. Fish eagle has decided to join us, which is quite interesting. We'll see what happens with these cormorants on the nest, because a fish eagle would definitely try its luck with trying to catch even an adult cormorant, but would definitely go for something more vulnerable like one of the chicks of a cormorant. if you go straight up from the hippos now, Johan, you'll see the fish eagle flying. It's just circling slowly. Oh no, it's quite tough for you. Yeah, there it is, you got it. And none of the cormorants have reacted. But the fish eagle is still quite high in the sky. We'll see if it comes down. Oh, there it is. Let's just see what this fish eagle does, because it might... Oh, gone behind the trees. Yeah, it might perch. I was thinking more along the lines of it might go for one of the young cormorants. Yeah, what a scene. So we were considering moving on, but now that all these hippos have come out, look at the little one. Now that all the hippos have started to come out again, we're definitely going to stick around a little bit longer. That fish eagle's come in, so we'll see if anything transpires at this waterhole.
There's a grounding earthiness to this place that we feel in our ancestors. It's a place where, believe it or not, we evolved as a human species, and anyone who's come to Africa will understand that. The connectivity that the continent has to the person and to people's souls is next level. I'm thoroughly looking forward to taking you on your next adventure when we explore all the small and big things.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page, and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
Well, Cara's just gotten up and moved slightly. She's just found herself a little position again. I think it's because she went to where her kill is. The last time I saw the kill was where she is now. She dropped it somewhere in here, but I don't know where exactly. It's so thick and grassy and difficult that I'm not 100% certain kind of where she dropped it. I don't really want to go too much further forward in case she's dropped it in the long grass here, and we then, get in her way. Or her kind of starts to feel a little bit more sort of nervous about us being here. So we're just going to chill here and it'll be a little bit obscured for now. But like I say, there's so much potential for her to hoist it or to kind of move around. And she's a cat that doesn't sit still. She's a little bit like Kalamba in that regard. Is quite a busy animal. So let's see what goes on. I suspect she's going to take it easy now again in the shade for a little bit, and then she'll start to feed, and if there's anything left after that, then she'll put that up and take it easy until the kind of carcass is done. Hyenas, I'm not sure hyenas will actually find her in here. The reason why I say that is when she dragged the carcass from Arathusa to Djuma, so across our boundary, she picked it up in a way that there was no drag mark. The carcass was pretty good in that it was kind of quite small in the way she grabbed at the legs and the neck and everything were kind of folded together. So when she was walking, there was nothing actually dragging. So they won't pick up the scent of the drag. They might pick up the scent of her, but not the drag itself. And I'm hoping that will then allow her to have a pretty chilled night and not have to stress too much about, hyenas finding her or anything like that. And then we can just watch her and enjoy her for the afternoon. And I can't remember the last time that I spent an entire game drive with Cara. I don't think I ever have, actually. So it'll be really nice just to spend some time with her and enjoy her. She's one of the females we do see a lot, but always fleeting. She can be like Kalamba in that regard, quick visuals and then out. So I'm hoping that today we get to spend a nice amount of time. And as we always go on and harp on about it, is that when it comes to these animals, patience is key. If you're going to try and sit here and just be like, oh, the cat must do flick-flacks in 5 minutes, that's not how it works. One needs to spend time and watch sleeping kitties before they actually start to do stuff. So we're going to be patient. We'll sit with her while she starts to fall asleep again. In the meantime, let's send you across to Steve, who's being a lot more active than Cara. Sabi.
Well, thanks, Tristan. We found a predator ourselves as we were walking this drainage system. A giant eagle owl took off from the trees above our head, and it's flown off. We did try to follow up on it, but it's being mobbed by birds, and it moved once. So we thought, let's just leave it. So sadly, we've made him a little bit disrupted today and a bit annoyed by the birds. But we came to where it flew off, and there's some bird droppings. And I thought to myself, let's see if we can find a pellet, because owl pellets are very exciting, because an owl eats its prey, can't digest the bone and fur, and then regurgitates his pellets. I've done this before live with the spotted eagle owl. We've managed to find 2 for the Verreaux's eagle owl. Now, I'm almost certain it's from the same bird because they're very territorial. Okay, I'm going to use a stick. Now, just for reference sake of the size, you can see the size. So this one is a lot fresher than this one. I'll leave that one to the side for now, and let's get my pliers ready so I can move about what I break open. I'm amazed at the bones in here. Look at that. What is that? That is a really big bone there. Just break it apart. Now, Verreaux's eagle owls can feed on much larger prey, obviously, than their counterparts. That can be nothing other than a long leg bone of some sort. Of what, though? I don't know. I'm no expert in small bones, reconstruction of small bones. Now, Trish would absolutely love this, wouldn't she, Paul? Trish likes to dissect. She likes to dissect. Now, that's a feather. That is a feather quill there. And what is this? Oh, let's try break this. This is an animal's head. This is a skull. This is an entire skull over here. Okay, I'll throw caution to the wind. This is an entire head. Of what? I couldn't tell you. Whatever it is, I can assure you, it's dead. Oliver, it is a crime scene. I don't have a clue what that could be. It's very light. Very, very light. But it feels very much to me like the small head of an animal. Maybe a bird. Let's break some more open here. Sorry, Impo. Crime scenes. We love doing this, don't we? Now, all the grey stuff is fur. And what's this? These little berry-looking like things. Possibly from the digestive system of an animal that was fed upon. A seed of some sort. Owls aren't known to be vegetarian. But obviously, when you eat the chicken, you get the stuffing as well, don't you? Now, it's not as full of small creatures as I thought it would be, like the spotted eagle owl. The spotted eagle owl had lots and lots of little bones. A little beetle carapace there. Okay, well, this is going to take a long time with my pliers. Here's another decent-sized bone. And this is... Okay, let's quickly go over to Lauren in Djuma.
Look what we've got. No. Oh, I don't want to turn on the engine. VK just made my heart jump. Okay, let's see if we can try and get a visual for you. VK loves honey badgers, everybody. First honey badger I've seen in a very long time. Okay, I'm gonna turn my engine off. I was so relaxed. Okay, hold on a moment. Let me just see if I can stand up on the vehicle and see where it's gone. That's the first honey badger I've ever seen in a long time. Apparently you all got a glimpse of it. That's good. It was walking very slowly. But naturally, they're very short animals. They're not tall. Okay. Just give us a minute more. I'm not a very tall human. Honey badger, come back. It's probably just in the grass yet, you know, and we just can't see it. But luckily the grass is thinning. And we've had some of the most incredible honey badger sightings on Chitwa, and we're on Chitwa right now. I have a funny feeling it might have disappeared. BK, you're bringing all the luck today, huh? I haven't seen a honey badger in months and months and months. Our sightings for these animals are better in winter, naturally. I am standing up here because otherwise I won't be able to see. But I don't see it. I was looking for movement in the grass. But you know what? We are going to sit here and literally just wait, because it could pop back out. It could have been startled by the vehicle, naturally. Honey badger, come back. There's a vehicle coming, probably wondering, what on earth is Lauren looking at? Probably think I found a leopard or something. It's a honey badger. I know many of you are saying, honey badger, come back. Beaky wants to see you again. This is your favourite animal, Beaks, right?
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Yeah, I remember this. It's Beaky's favourite animal. Okay, I think we are just going to sit here. We've got absolutely no visual or any idea where it is right now. I have got a vehicle approaching. But it might pop back out again. This is a honey badger. It literally just went in here and then we lost it. Just here. It has to be still here somewhere. It was really relaxed. Hmm? Let me know.
welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, everybody. So we left those leopards earlier. I kind of made some space for another vehicle to come in and have a look. It is quite an incredible sighting, so I'm going to let everybody have a chance. And on the way out of here, we managed to find a group or a journey of giraffe. Looks like a few younger males just happily feeding, kind of moving through. There were a few more to the right-hand side. These three young males look like they're hanging together. I mean, I can tell they're males from their quite thick horns on the top of their heads. I mean, it's quite difficult to look underneath their tummy and look at their genitals when you can just see their heads above the tree line. And then the best way to look at the way to sex them is through those ossicones or the horns, for ease of reference, on the top of their heads, being quite thick and bald at the top. The three of them look like they are having a wild time in the canopy there. I mean, you can really see the evolutionary advantage of having such a long neck, being able to be, I mean, the only animal, maybe an elephant would be able to reach up to the top of that tree, or an elephant might be able to kind of reach up there and pull the branches or the tree down and then feed on it. But those giraffe are feeding right at eye level. They don't have to really stretch too much. Serious advantage, allowing them to be the only animals really being able to feed there. I mean, they've also got that serious advantage of the height, being able to see above the tree canopy there. I mean, you can see they're well above the trees there, and they've got an incredibly good eyesight, allowing them to see for many or not miles, but for a long distance around here, being able to keep a really keen eye on what's happening around, whether it be other animals like impalas or elephants. Just being able to know and understand exactly what's going on around you all the time is the best way to ensure your safety. And it's quite interesting as well. I mean, a small group of male giraffe like this, they may be hanging around just to socialize together, kind of wait until they get a bit bigger or a bit stronger. They're not quite dominant yet. They're kind of teenagers, these giraffe. Their heads are still quite small, their necks are quite small, their bodies are still quite small. They've still got a fair amount of growing to do before they'll really start to compete with other giraffes for mating rights. You'll often find them kind of being like typical teenage boys, kind of pushing and shoving each other around, kind of learning how to fight and pretending to fight, and kind of they use those long necks and they swing them, trying to hit each other in like the soft spots, like maybe underneath the tummy or on their back legs. And I mean, if there's two big males who are really going at it and giving a serious fight, they can often even fight to the death. And one blow, I mean, we're talking about the size of their ossicones or the horns on their head earlier, the males being much thicker. It's solid bone, and when you use that to kind of, along with the force of you swinging your long neck to hit something else, you could even break one of those bones. And I mean, a giraffe has got huge bones. I mean, their femurs are massive, big, heavy, strong bones. And I remember actually a sighting of two male giraffe fighting each other, and the one kind of swinging its neck and on impact snapping the other one's femur, and with that impact the other one then collapsed. And you kind of look at giraffe and you think they're quite gentle, docile animals, and once that animal's femur had broken and it had fallen to the ground, the other one then continued to stand on its head, kind of like rubbing salt in the wound, for lack of a better saying. And it's amazing. I mean, that the other giraffe managed to get up eventually, but with its leg broken, it wasn't a matter of time before, it was probably a day or two before I think it was hyenas that took it down. I mean, incredibly opportunistic. If a pride of lions came across a giraffe with a broken leg, it would be a perfect opportunity to try and seek a meal. Particularly a big male giraffe, that's a lot of food. You can feed a lot of lions, and particularly in this area here, we are super well known for having these kind of super prides of lions with lots of mouths to feed. Okay, seems like these giraffe are kind of moving off. I'm going to continue out into the western part of the reserve, see what else we can find this afternoon. In the meantime, I'm going to send you over to Grant at Phinda.
And it just keeps getting better at this waterhole. We've now been joined by an elephant bull. And he's just been in the same spot quenching his thirst for the last 5 minutes or so. He's on about his 8th or 9th drink at the moment, or his 8th or 9th slurp up the trunk. And so we'll see. I'm wondering if he's going to go into the water. Like I was saying at the beginning of the show, we've had some cold weather. So I don't think he's going to go into the water. He doesn't really need to. It's not been particularly hot. But that being said, I've seen elephants swimming on a pretty chilly, overcast day. So let's just see what happens. But we've also had a few more hippos emerging from the waterhole, and some of them lifted their heads to look at the elephant. But for now, with the elephant standing there just drinking, minding his own business, the hippos are still minding their own business, and you'll notice that some of them have laid down. So definitely coming out to get some sun, but I think first making sure that the coast was clear before lying down. So that's why they were standing there for such a long time. And I have heard of, on the radio now, a few other vehicles possibly coming to join us at this waterhole. So we'll see how long the hippos stay out of the water. It will be quite interesting to see them all running back in. We did have one of the adults that was standing on the bank just flop into the water. So while we wait to see what this elephant decides to do, we're going to send you across to CSI Steve and see what he's got for you. Go ahead.
Welcome back, everybody, to the investigation that is very well underway. Managed to find, well, have a look at that, a very small little mouth. Little teeth there, and the front gnawing teeth of a small little mouse. I don't really know who, but let's have a little look at our findings here. Okay, first of all, we've got a junk pile over here of all fur that I've just left to the side. We managed to rinse a few bits and pieces, and this is the skull of an animal. Couldn't tell you what animal. Bits and pieces of it was all crushed together. There's a skull. And there's more of the skull there, but have a look at this. These two legs, both of them are feet with long claws coming out. The entire leg has been bent and broken, and there's claws. Two of them. Very much. I managed to rinse one off quite nicely. Unbelievable. Oh my word, there it is. There it is. Oh, is that a bird? That could be a bird. The bone might be hollow. Goodness me, look at that. Isn't that just ridiculous, what we're seeing here? I think it might be a bird's foot. One. And then the other. All folded over itself. It's not as mobile, this one, as the previous one. So really interesting to be able to delve deep into this animal. Over here is a vertebrae I've tried to piece together. There you can clearly see two vertebrae. And here's a whole lot of pieces haven't rinsed. Keith, totally fascinating, isn't it? I haven't rinsed them off, but they feel just like the same little nodules. And all of these bones have been snapped and broken. Entire big chunks of bone have been broken. This is definitely the quill of a feather. And bones, more bones. It's possible that this is a bird that has been munched. I can't really tell you. There could be a couple of different animals in. But there, looking at that now, hollow bones. Hollow bones is a very good indication of a bird. Thanks, Clinton. Well, I don't have my rubber gloves on, but it's okay. It's okay. I'm sure we will survive today. Nice forensic skills, Clinton says. So it's very fascinating to be able to find an animal like this, to find the signs that they leave behind for us in the wilderness, and to be able to chop it up and piece it together and see what happened. We did see the bird, thankfully, but without seeing the bird, you can go really into the behavior of what's going on, where it's hanging out, what it's feeding on, the digestive process. I found this really, really magnificent, so thank you for indulging me for this few moments.
Hello everyone, my name is Elmarie and I'm very excited about this drive. My husband Kleinhan bought me this Ticket to Dream for my birthday as a present because he knows I watch WildEarth all the time. I couldn't be more happy. I've never had such a great present in my life before.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Okay, my favorite part about WildEarth is the characters, and then of course I love the bush and I love Africa, and just the fact that I can follow every day, that's one of my favorite things.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
Being on a live drive on WildEarth is really great because you can actually now smell the bush, see the animals in real life. You have to really make a plan and just do it.
The importance of forests cannot be underestimated. Over 1 billion people live in and around forests, depending on them for fuel, food, medicine, and building materials. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is the national implementer for a program called LEAF. The LEAF program makes use of indigenous forests grown on school properties to teach pupils about biodiversity. This directly instills a sense of ownership of the natural surroundings and reconnects children with our biomes and heritage. WESA needs your help to bring nature back to schools. Ask your school to join the program through the link on their website. Together with WESA, you can help take this incredible program to schools across the country.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is a call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oh.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
We are having the most loveliest moment right now. This very young bull, he's just come to the car, he checked us out, no aggression, and it appears he's fallen asleep. He's been standing here for about 5 minutes now. His eyes keep closing. He's got his trunk resting on the ground. BK's about to show you. I think he's sleeping. I think I've put him to sleep. Boy. He's just slowly rocking back and forth. He's sleeping. I've never had an elephant fall asleep next to the car before. He's very close to the car. BK's gonna show you. He's right next to us and I don't want to wake him up. was the elephant. You see, there's a short sway. There's a very small sway back in front. You see that? Sorry, side to side. He's sleeping. Oh. Okay, we're starting to wake up now. Good morning. Oh, did you enjoy that little sleep next to the car? Huh. It was a 5-minute micro sleep, and now we're off. That was absolutely unbelievable. I've never had a sighting like that before. A young boo just fell asleep with the car. Oh, precious. I wish I could take micro sleeps like that. I most definitely can't. And just an update, the monitor lizard's still there, naturally, it's not going anywhere. But Madiba's is nowhere. The monitor's been repositioned in a different spot. But we might just scratch around Chitwa a little bit, see if we can pick up on any of the usual suspects. Thank you for that little nap you just had with us, mister. He's going the way I wanted to drive, in the Mulwanini. We won't drive up there if he's there. Wow, that was absolutely incredible. We're going to scratch around a little bit, see if we can find signs of anybody, and we're going to send you back to Tristan, who already has his somebody.
We are still with Kara. She's having a very, very good nap, and I'm super happy that she is, because it's a display of trust in many ways. You know, these cats, we sometimes take for granted just how lucky we are with the habituation process when we spend time with the likes of Marips, and he just bumbles about and sniffs the car and does his own thing and is generally a little bit of a delinquent without worrying about us. You know, there's other leopards out here that need to be handled a little bit more with kid gloves and just to be kind of given as much space as possible. And this afternoon it's been like a slow kind of process and erosion of you know, her kind of element where she's happy, and we've now ended up in a situation where she's lying maybe 8 meters, 9 meters from us, which is not far at all, and she's completely fast asleep even while we're talking. Her eye is not opening while we're talking, her ears are pretty relaxed, and she's gone into a complete flat prone position, so it's not like she's even sleeping with her head on her paws, ready to move. She's gone into a complete, comfortable, relaxed body posture, and it just goes to show that sometimes, you know, a little bit of patience and a little bit of kind of, I don't know what the word is, kid gloves maybe is the right word, just, you know, taking it easy and taking it slow can eventually benefit it. And the idea is that, you know, while it's a sleeping cat, and I know it's not in any way a crazy sighting, it's going a long way to future viewing with her, and to us being able to spend time with her going forward, because every time she has a positive reinforcement like this, she starts to understand that she needs to, that we're not a threat, and remember that the WildEarth vehicle is a different shape, it's a different sound, so the more time we do this, generally the better results we can get going forward. So it's important and imperative with her to spend calm time like this, where she sleeps and realizes that we're just here and we're not going to do anything to her. Now, Jennifer, you're asking about her spot pattern and what it is. This morning when I was looking through binos, I saw 4-3, but I've been reliably informed by James Richard, who I trust implicitly when it comes to these things, that it's 5-4. So, I mean, it was miles away that we were looking at her through binos. So it's very possible I missed a spot on either side. It was a little bit obscured in places, but yeah, 5-4 is what I've been told. with her. 5 on the right, 4 on the left, I think it is. I might have got that mixed up, but yeah, like I say, with her, it's not something that we use very often, Jennifer. It's a weird thing because everyone always asks us about spot patterns, and as guides, I can promise you right now, bar those that use the spot pattern as an ID figure, so you know you've got some that will use an ID like we do, which is a name given to them, whereas some other lodges will use like 3-3 male or 4-3 female. So those guys will know the spot patterns really well. Here, because we don't really call them that, spot patterns for us are not something that we use often. Unfortunately, with leopards, getting a perfect front profile picture of their face as you see them immediately zoomed up is not possible. We see them from much further away. So for us, there's very distinctive little markings on their flanks that we'll use, or tail, or an ear structure, general just look about the cat. So with her, the big one is her right ear. It's difficult from this particular shot because you can't see it nicely, but you might just be able to see that there's a little cut in her right ear, and it makes like a little V on the top right. And so that little V is really the easiest way to tell that it's Cara. None of the other females have that exact distinct V, coupled with her youthful look that she's got, that sort of nose that's pinkish with a sort of black edge. Those are all kind of good indicators for us from far of what her particular, or who she is. You know, with Tundi, I mean, she's just older, so you can see her ears are tattier, and she's got a very, very distinctive look to her. But spot patterns obviously are the scientific way that people use to establish what a leopard is. It's just not the way that is practical for guides. You know, we don't have, like I say, lenses built into our eyes that can zoom into her nostrils and see what it is. So 50, I agree with you. You know, like I was saying earlier, she's not a cat we get a huge amount of time with. Normally, she, normally sightings of her are fleeting. Even when she's got a kill in a tree, it can sometimes be that when, leopards are in trees, it's just a lot of vehicles want to see her, and so spending long periods with her is difficult. But today, the great thing about this particular sighting is we're sitting here with her lying in the grass, so she's not in the safety of a tree. She's perfectly relaxed on the ground in our presence. Like I said, we're talking, we're around her, and that's a big, big plus. Hello, beautiful girl. You're going to wake up now. I love it when cats do this. Did you get a fright? And they roll like that. Super pretty. Isn't she beautiful? We're also fortunate that this afternoon in Kanyeni and Watika have a kill all the way near the Kruger boundary. So a lot of the vehicles this afternoon have all headed that side because of her reputation. Those two cats are reputed to be a lot more relaxed, whereas, obviously Cara's got this kind of, I wouldn't say, reputation, but a lot of guides believe that she's unrelaxed, and so I'm quite happy with that, because it's meant that everybody's just left us alone, and we've been able to spend time with her without moving too much and other cars moving, and that means that she's just going to be a lot more settled about her life. She's got very much her mother's face. There's an intensity to the way that she looks. All right, well, we're going to stay with her. We'll see what she gets up to. Big yawn. There we go. In the meantime, let's send you across to Grant. Still watching the hippos, taking it easy.
Yeah, the hippos are definitely still tanning, but the elephant seems to have come back out. It's the same one that we saw drinking earlier that moved off into the bushes. I think he just had a little power nap, and he's come back for a quick sip, and now he's slowly heading away. the other bull, the second bull, hasn't come up to the waterhole just yet, so we haven't had too much change happen here. And really great to see is that the hippos have been really comfortable with the cars, all the cars that have been driving past. They haven't run into the water. Although they have stood up. There's the only kind of change, so that they stood up when the cars were around, just to make sure that they were ready to bolt into the water if they felt threatened. Oh, look at the elephant coming up onto the wall. So that is exactly where he came from. He's done a U-turn, so we'll see if he goes back down the dam wall to join his buddy. Seems not. He's past the spot where he came up. So let's see what he does. Oh, and he's now got a car arriving behind him. So let's see what he does. He's just slowly coming in our direction. We are still patiently waiting to see what's going to happen when this elephant gets closer to the hippos. It feels like every single time we start wanting to move on from this waterhole, something seems to happen. And you'll see the elephant now, he's got a clump of grass. I beg your pardon, he's got a... Sorry, he's got a small shrub in his trunk that he was just dusting off the roots. I think he's just planning his approach, how he's gonna go for these hippos. Timothy, do any animals actually prey on hippos? So it's quite unusual, and it's purely because of their size, especially when they're bigger, obviously. Some of the hippos giving us a grunt every now and then. And it's mostly due to their size, so it would have to be a pretty formidable predator. And so usually it's a very, very big pride of lions or potentially a clan of hyenas that might try to wear down a hippo. But the thing is, their skin is so thick and they are so powerful on their feet, even with a number of lions on their back, a hippo would be able to keep on running, keep on moving. And basically it would run until it was able to find some sort of safety, like a watering hole, at which point the lions would all jump off. Oh, the little baby hippo coming out. So yeah, I have seen, I've never witnessed it personally, but I've seen videos of animals, of hyenas chasing hippos, and then also lions feeding on hippos. And obviously, as with any species, the young are more vulnerable. The young and old and sick are vulnerable, and then they definitely become a target.
The croc.
Another hippo. No, another hippo. Turner's cool. Hippos and crocodiles in the water, mostly they keep their distance from one another. So a hippo knows what a crocodile is capable of, and a crocodile certainly knows what a hippo is capable of. And so they tend to keep their distance from one another mostly, and don't interfere with each other. There was actually a video on social media recently, I think it was on the latest Kruger Instagram page, where they had a video of a pod of hippos basically tossing a youngish crocodile around the pod up into the air and taking big bites of it. I think at that point it was dead. So yeah, hippos will definitely kill a crocodile if they get the chance, because, you know, a crocodile would be dangerous towards a young hippo. And those two little hippos lying next to each other are adorable. And they're now really, really soaking up as much of the sun, afternoon sun, as they can. Look at all this, that one on the right that's just come out, Johan. See the one on the right-hand side? That side is very shiny. You might be able to see some scratches in its sides. On its side. And it's quite a young hippo. And going back to what we were chatting about earlier with the older hippo showing signs of scratches and scars from moving through the bush throughout their life, that is quite a small hippo, probably only about 4 years old, maybe 3 years old, and it's covered in scratches, and that tells us that that is potentially a young bull, a young male that might have been, at some stage, he might have come too close to the dominant bull. And he got taught a lesson. So with the hippo settling down and the elephant also doing his thing, settling down and feeding, I think from here we might move on and go and see what else we can find for you this afternoon. In the meantime, I'll send you across to Dan, who's also at a waterhole.
Thanks, Grant, and welcome back to andBeyond and Ngala, everybody. And you did right, we did come towards a watering hole, and as we popped up onto this kind of elevated area on the dam wall here, a beautiful view of a pair of fish eagles. Look at the one on the left, kind of cleaning itself, aligning flight feathers, having a look around. This will be a male and a female, and they can sometimes be quite tricky to tell apart, particularly if they're apart from one another. Now while they're sitting right next to each other, it can be a little bit easier. So one of the easiest ways to tell them apart is their size. Now, if you're having a good look at them, I don't know how easy it is to see on the camera, but the one on the right-hand side is quite significantly bigger than the one on the left. Would you agree with me? Well, that's how it looks to me, at least. So the one on the right being a lot bigger than the one on the left, that would say the one on the right is the female, and the one on the left being the male. And right on the edge of the watering hole here, they've got a really good vantage point to look down into the watering hole. You so often find them kind of wandering around the edges of the watering hole, kind of trying to see if they can find any fish that are getting closer to the water's edge that they can kind of catch. They don't exclusively eat fish, that is. They do sometimes eat kind of like birds or small reptiles or mammals, but the majority of their diet is in fact fish, getting their name the African fish eagle. It's not often that we see these two quite so relaxed. I mean, we've been to this watering hole several times, and I've seen on occasion one of them, maybe two of them. I've seen a juvenile around. Now, these are two adults that are in full plumage, that very obvious white, kind of dark brown, almost black on the back. And you'll see the juvenile looks completely different to that. It's kind of like black and white and can often be misidentified. But these two, even the yellow on the beak that you kind of see when it's looking around, is very, very obvious. It's amazing the contrast in the white and the black. White on the top of like the head and the back shoulders, and the black on the back. Okay, so I'm going to edge forward a little bit, see if we can't see what else is hanging around this watering hole. Hopefully not disturbing these fish eagles. But while I do that, I'm going to send you over to Tristan.
Well, Cara has been chomping down on her kill and has pretty much eaten most of it. She's kind of eaten the whole neck, one leg basically, and then now the head that she's busy finishing off of her duiker. I don't know if there's more little bits inside the bush there, but she went in just after we were with us and has been chomping away ever since. It seems like she's very happy with life right now. Nice full tummy. I wonder where she's going to go from here, because I expect her to go for water. The nearest water point is a dam called Red Dam inside Arathusa. So I think that's probably where she'll head, which will be obviously a shame because we will lose her. But This is certainly not going to keep her for much longer, this kill. I thought there was a little bit more than this left, which I would have thought she would have hoisted up a tree, but this is, honestly, she should be finished before the sun goes down. So, we'll see what the next port of call is for little Cara. After that, once she gets mobile, our ability to stay with her gets compromised a little bit, because she can't be followed very closely. So I generally like to follow her from quite a way away, so the visuals are not always spectacular because of the fact we follow her from a little bit further. But let's see how we go. You never know, maybe she's going to pass out and sleep after she's done. But look at that blood on her nose. Just to show just how fresh that kill still is. Just keep quiet. So those of you that are a bit sensitive, probably now is the time to turn the sound down. But it's quite interesting and quite graphic, the sound that is coming out from this leopard at the moment. Amazing to hear the power in their jaws when they crunch the bone like this. Kind of the kiss of death, isn't it? In many respects. The nose is being crunched down now. Tommy's saying she sure is enjoying her meal. She is indeed, and she's crunching down with much vigor at the moment. Like I say, this won't be lasting probably another 15 minutes and it'll be gone. She's already taken off most of the nose now. She's heard Hyena approaching. See, she just wants to come out to be able to see. With all this crunching, it certainly will attract some attention to her. You see how she's feeling almost like a cheetah because she's on the ground. So eat a bit, then stand up and look. Make sure that nothing has crept up on her while she's been sitting, crunching away. don't see anything approaching, so I'm not sure what she heard, but maybe there was something that she was a little bit kind of wary about. It could even be just something like a francolin walking through the grass that she takes into account. But it's a slow and steady dismantling of a head of a little male duiker. That's quite macabre, I know, and I'm sure a lot of you probably are not huge fans of this kind of thing, but it's amazing to watch the efficiency and precision that a leopard shows when it dismantles a head, and how they work it from each angle to be able to get the most out of it. You'll find often by the time they finish, there's just a little lower jawbone that's left behind, and that's it. Either way, it's a happy cat. It's always good to see when your younger cats are doing well and killing regularly. It's a good sign that they're in good health and are able to find what they need in order to survive. I mean, obviously we know that for a while now she's been on her own and has been fairly successful. But it's interesting how she's mostly targeted. Well, I've only ever seen her eating small things. Steenbok, duiker, scrub hares. Haven't seen her with a big impala yet. Alright, well, she's going to chomp away at the ear, and so while she does that, let's send you back across to Dan at his waterhole.
Welcome back, everybody. So now I moved a bit forward towards those fish eagles where they were, and managed to find, a hippo and its young calf outside the water. Very, very, very interesting. Look at the reflection as well. Super interesting to see that hippo out so early. I was talking earlier about how it's been a cooler day, and there are quite a few more hippos in the water, but it's interesting to see Mom with such a young calf outside. It's early for it to be walking around looking for food, or in general. It's not to say that they won't do it during the day, but they've got incredibly sensitive skin to the sun, which is why they spend the majority of their days in the water. I wonder if that little calf wasn't a bit cold, actually, trying to get a little bit of extra sun, although they have got a very, very thick skin, which allows them to stay warm in the water. I wonder if Mom wasn't allowing that calf to get a bit warmer, but particularly before the evening comes, because it's going to be much colder in the evening, when they then will get up and move around, and Mom will leave to look for grass, and she'll be feeding throughout the night on grass, and then be returning back to this watering hole tomorrow morning. It's always nice to just kind of sit and listen. Maybe these hippos will start making some noises. They'll be starting to wake up and call before their evening kind of wake up routine before they leave the watering hole. Maybe some animals like hyenas will start to call. It is the sun's starting to set, and it is a really cool day. So that might encourage your nocturnal animals to start becoming active a little bit earlier. In which case we'll be sitting here waiting, trying to see if we can't listen to them or hear them and allow them to bring our attention towards them. So, while we're here with these hippos in the water, they still seem to be quite still, these two. Much bigger one on the left, smaller one on the right. Izzy, can baby hippos suckle underwater? The question... Sorry, before I get too distracted. Can they suckle underwater? They can suckle underwater. And Yeah, it's quite interesting. I mean, the little babies as well. I mean, the mating procedure. I mean, females prefer to breed underwater, kind of courtship underwater as well, and they often give birth underwater as well. But, I mean, hippos aren't very good swimmers, so the little calves will have to be encouraged to the top of the water to have their first breath. So lots of this kind of behavior happens in the water. And I mean, the calves will be weaned at around 6 to 8 months, and that's when they'll start to eat grass. That calf looked too young to be eating grass, so will still be suckling, and will indeed suckle under the water as well. Such a beautiful afternoon. It's so still. The reflection is so interesting to see them out of the water there. I mean, Mom looks pretty much frozen there. So with a few of the hippos starting to look like they might come out and being a cooler day, I'm going to spend a bit more time here at the watering hole, just listening, most importantly, listening to what's happening on around us, and see if some of these nocturnal predators that might start to be moving around now might bring our attention towards them. And while I do that, I'm going to send you somewhere else.
We are still at our watering hole, and it seems like our hippos out of the water were not that exciting after all. But they're exciting for us. We don't get to see them out of the water too often here, but also nice to see so many out of the water at the same time, and the sunlight shining on them at the moment is just incredible. And you can see them spread out a little bit now. Oh, you might be able to see, I'm sure you can, there's a bit of blood running down the side of that hippo, and lots and lots of scratches on its side. Yeah, the one on the left, that one, yeah. Yeah. It looks like it might be a bull that has a few bite marks on it. It seems as though the elephant is slowly making his way. We are going to be patient. I know I said we'd move on from here, but we'll be patient and just see what happens, because I'm sure when he reaches the piece of land that juts out towards those hippos, that elephant could do something.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Prydens, and welcome back to a sensational scene that we couldn't pass up. The clouds and just a perfect position for us to just have a very quiet moment, soak in this lovely day, this lovely Friday, as things hopefully start to calm down around the country. Thoughts and prayers once again go out to all of those of you who've been affected. Hopefully everything gets sorted out really soon. So just a moment of silence in all of your honor. Will says it's his favourite time of the day. Forest Monarch says it really is a lovely day. It is wonderful surroundings. Down in this drainage line, lots of dead leadwood trees. Would have died due to a change in water level at some point, some time ago. I remained standing for a long time, giving these spectacular, ephemeral, sort of ghostly statues. We just stumbled across this place and thought, perfect time to take a quiet moment. Spend another moment or two just soaking this up. Otherwise, then we send you back over to Grant and andBeyond Phinda.
It feels like we are now actually in control of a dam cam because we have not moved, but this elephant is coming ever so slowly closer. We just want to see if he's going to, because there is a path that cuts off in the direction that he's facing now. So he may go down below. Oh, you can see the second elephant. If you just go down to the left of that elephant, Johan. There we go. He's in the screen now, bottom left. Sorry, there might be a few branches in the way. And now the elephant on the wall, on the road, seems to be maybe blocking the other elephant's path. So I was just saying, the one that's on the road at the moment, he might go down in that direction that he's facing and actually move away from the waterhole, away from the hippos. But maybe it's going to happen that he goes down towards the hippos. He's just torn between whether he wants to go down and join his friend on the other side, or whether he wants to keep coming this way. The sun is slowly setting and it's just a beautiful scene at the moment. And this elephant just keeps taking a few steps at a time. He's almost at the spot. Come on, boy. It's literally like 2 steps. And he seems to be picking up a particular vine every time. It's either a vine or a little shrub that's growing in the grass. And he picks it up and then he dusts off all the sand off the roots before he eats it. And you might notice he's got quite a big chunk of his ear that's broken off, or not broken off, but it's split. Quite a defining characteristic, a way that we will be able to, or that we are able to identify this elephant. He's gone past the past the spot where he would go down. Oh, no, maybe. He's now looking at the hippos. LT, an elephant's ear will definitely bleed if it's torn. They have quite a lot of veins in their ears, so they use their ears and flap the ears to cool their body. By cooling the blood that's in those veins, that they send that cooler blood throughout the rest of their body, and it is one of the ways that they use to cool themselves down. And so there are a lot of blood vessels as well in the ear. And so although they have such tough skin, and they are such tough animals, they definitely will bleed if the ear gets a split in it. And even the rest of the body takes quite a lot, but they will bleed if a thorn goes through the skin or even just pierces that very thick outer layer. There will be a little bit of blood that will come out. He is edging closer. And judging by the condition of his ears, if you look at the edges, I mean, he's got that big gash on the one side, but lots of little nicks on this near side. And so he is quite an old bull, although he doesn't necessarily look it with relatively small tusks. He's a big bull, and he is quite old. But as we wait, I'm going to send you across to Lauren with another big animal.
It's an elephant kind of day. They're everywhere. This youngster's just been tearing apart the branches. The rest of the herd have crossed into Djuma, which is good. And I was going for the young silver cluster leaf. I don't think... Hello, you. Right at the back of the vehicle, of course, as usual. That's 2 seconds. BK, over here, this way, if you just look over there. Sorry about that. Okay. We're going to try and see if we can go around. We checked back on Tandy's kill, or Marib's monitor lizard, and it's obviously still, they have no sign of them. I really, really thought they would come back, but they didn't, I'm afraid. So we're going to head back into Djuma, see what else we can find, and you guys are going over to Tristan with Cara.
Well, she is feeding, Lauren. How astute of you to have known. She's almost done though. There's nothing really left. There's a little bit of skin. She's busy shaking, maybe an ear. What's wrong, girl? What's in there that you don't like? Is it hairy? Maybe that's what it is. Well, there's bits of grass. Could be that. But yeah, she's almost done now. There's really not much left. In fact, there's so little that she can't even get a paw onto it to hold it down while she crunches. So I expect her to be either sleepy very soon or to be mobile and looking for water, in which case, like I say, she might just cross back to Arethusa. Unfortunately for us, it would have been nice if she stayed at the side, but let's see what she does. First prize would be if she went and got into a tree, and that would make, I think, many of us very happy. What a beautiful big marula with a nice open branch just as it sunsets, and one can dream, can't they? It's nice to see her tummy's nice and full now. She's had a good meal. I wonder if there's any legs or anything still left in that bush. There were definitely legs attached this morning. I think she's going to go and check. Cara, you've got stuff attached to your teeth still. Look at it all hanging from her chin. Not the greatest, Cara. There's nothing left, girl. You ate everything there already. Unless you dropped a bone somewhere, but I don't think so. Stunning cat though, isn't she? I don't think that stomach is full enough for a cat to have eaten a whole male duiker like that. And off we go. Where are we going to go, Cara? The nice thing is she's not heading to Arathusa, she's heading deeper into Djuma. I'm hoping she's going to go to a tree and just get up and lie in it. But what I'm going to do is just give her some space. I'm not going to start just yet. There's no need to. I mean, we can still see her right in front of us. So just give her a little chance to move a little bit. It's almost like she's looking now for the next potential meal. She might go and climb. There's a little mound, termite mound close by here. Maybe she'll get on top of that and just settle for a little bit and groom herself. Often after they've eaten, they like to just clean themselves up. Alright, we'll keep up with her, we'll see what she gets up to. In the meantime, though, I'm going to try and reposition, see if we can get a better view.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngala Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. As one of the industry's best and Fagasa Indoors training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a Fagasa accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, 2 to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I predicted it. I thought they're going to go to twin dams, and every single one of them has just arrived, and there are a lot more coming. Look at that tiny little baby in the middle. Oh, this is just perfection. It's been a day of Ellie's for me, and I'm not complaining. From one falling asleep on me to the herd coming from their further sundowners at Twin Dams. Oh my goodness, Vicky, look at that tiny one that's just about. Oh, you got suckling. Look, there's a tiny one here. They're all coming. Okay, I'm just gonna go quiet for a bit and let BK, the new guy, work his magic. I think this is two separate herds, everyone. They seem to be splitting. So I'm still going to let you enjoy it, but this is quite interesting dynamics. I don't actually think it's a one herd. I got some Ellies walking towards us. Hello, you guys. It's a big mama. Just gonna stay really, really still for now. She's got no tusks, look. Hey, beautiful. You're so beautiful. You're the most beautiful girl I ever seen. She's walking away. Okay. I didn't expect the herd to split. I actually thought it was one herd, but now looking at the numbers, I suspect it might be two. Could just be kinship groups. There's no aggression. But if they're all going to come this way, let's just keep an eye on what's going to happen here. Hello. They're all completely aware of the car's presence. I'm just going to keep talking instead of staying silent. Hello, beautiful mama. You've got big tusks. Hello. Now everybody's relaxed. There's really no signs of aggression. No one's even sort of opened out their ears and stood tall over you, which is what elephants do when they're really uncomfortable. Elizabeth, you're right. This is amazing. I'm just staying put. I don't want to go forward. I can't drive into them. I'm not going to immediately reverse. They are all coming this way now. I'm just going to keep talking, keep my voice nice and steady. They can hear far better than we can ever imagine. You've been listening to me the whole time, haven't you? Hello, guys. Maybe it is a one-haired. They're all following each other, so it must be. There's a watering hole down that side, so some of them are going there. Look at this little one. Hey, buddy. I'm just going to check how many elephants are behind us. Look at this tiny one that's right in front of us. They're all moving down. It's a very young little calf there. Hello. My name's Lauren. What's your name? Aren't you all just too cute? Just gonna check behind. Wow. You're seen up close and personal with elephants. Woo. I know. I really didn't anticipate that they would come onto the dam wall, and you've got to make a decision at some point. I anticipated them to go this way. But they're all relaxed. If there was even the slightest hint of aggression, we would have went to plan B, but they're all relaxed. Some of them are going down to the other waterhole. Twin Dam's got 2. The dam has a twin. There was no rumbles, there was no head shakes, there was no erect tails. And that's sometimes nice when elephants walk towards you. They've chosen to come towards the car. They've heard you, they've seen you, they could smell you a long time ago. And that's sometimes why you shouldn't always position so close. I mean, we've got a great cameraman with a great zoom lens, so you can get those visuals from really far away. And that's sometimes why I park far away, and if they do end up coming to the car, then that's through their choice. They knew we were here. We've been here quite some time because I thought these elephants were going to pop out. Hello, you have something in your mouth. I think you need some dental floss. Yes, you do. You're having a big smell of me. I bet you I don't smell amazing. Not that much, I know. Last one, last straggler. I'm just going to have another check behind, make sure all is good, that they've all moved off. Wow. Maybe that is one herd then. That is a very, very large elephant herd. Lots of youngsters. I'm sorry I'm in your way. I'm going to move as soon as you get out the way. We're in the clear from behind. And there's just one at the dam, feeding away. Look at that. Okay, Beaks, I'm gonna move off the dam wall now. Oh, I've not had an encounter like they're actually drinking right behind us. Okay, let me try and reposition here. Oh, well, that was an incredible elephant sighting, Beak. For some views of them drinking by the sunset, but for now, over to Tristan with Cara.
Well, we're still with Cara. She's taken us a bit of a walk around, but for the most part, it's been actually a little treat. This evening, she's, I don't know, she's been nice. As long as there's just the one car moving behind her, she's not too bad. And she's now lying in the most beautiful spot in the open, where we can really kind of enjoy her nicely. So, pretty happy with our afternoon with her so far. I think we've really been kind of rewarded for a bit of patience and a bit of perseverance through the course of the afternoon. Because that's a pretty 5-5 view of any leopard, if you ask me. It's typical, it's what I was saying, she's going to kind of get to the point where she's eaten, and then it's going to be stop and try and groom herself. Sometimes they do it on mounds, they get up to just a point where they can see a little bit. Sometimes it's just on little grassy areas like this. It really just depends on what's around. I think in this case, you know, she's just found a nice little open section, and it's away from where she was eating, so if any hyenas do come, they're not going to really find her there. I think it works nicely. A red-crested Quran calling in the distance. She's so alert this afternoon. I wonder if it's just because she knows she's had a kill and she's just wary of things following her. I love watching cats groom, though. They are so meticulous when it comes to grooming, and to try and find every little bit that they've potentially got in their claws and their chest and around their mouth. What amazes me with her, though, is that we had a second vehicle with us, and she wasn't really that chuffed with the second vehicle. But as soon as they left, then she just calmed right down again, and is, like I say, now just chilling next to us. Alright, well, we'll sit with her for as long as we can this evening and see what she gets up to after she's finished grooming.
Hello, my name is Marnie Kell from the Greater Toronto area of Ontario, Canada. I am most excited to meet some of the guides that I feel I already know. And I'm going to very much enjoy riding along with them to see what they see most days while they're broadcasting these safaris to us, while also staying at the beautiful Simbambili Lodge. WildEarth has brought so much to my life, and I am thrilled and grateful to have this opportunity. Thank you.
Sign up to be an explorer today, and it could be you jetting off on an all-expenses-paid-for safari experience. WildEarth Explorers. It's in your nature. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organisation. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth. Day.
Good afternoon, or almost evening now. Welcome back to andBeyond in Ngala. So the temperature is dropping very quickly, and I don't know if it's me just coming back from leave and being a bit soft, but I'm feeling very cold this afternoon. But it's so very nice to be back in the bush, to hear the noises, to smell it. It's going to be my first evening drive in a long time, which is very, very nice. This riverbed, one of my favorite places. So I'm just going to cross over the riverbed here and kind of continue on the banks. There's a female leopard that I saw about 2-3 weeks ago that's kind of new and moving into this area. And the last time I saw her, she was like prolifically scent marking and rasping and calling and like really establishing or trying to establish a territory. So I'm going to keep going on the banks, seeing if I can't find any kind of tracks of her or find her moving around this evening. And while I do that, I'm going to send you over to Lauren.
Well, look who's back at his kill. Mr. Maribs. He's back with the monitor lizard. We checked twice today. We've been on Chitwa the whole day looking for him. And he's only just come back now. And the visual is obviously not amazing. But he's taken the monitor lizard from where it was. It was quite low down on this fig tree. And he's taken it all the way up. There's some other vehicles here, but we may try and reposition in a bit. He's been in Chitwa the entire day, just flat in the grass. You don't tend to sort of off-road on the open areas. But there's a hyena here. And I want to see if I can maybe reposition in a bit to see if I can give you a view of the hyena. I think I'll be able to. Do you know what, Beaks? Let's go round and we might get Marib's face. Might. And the hyena. Let's see. And there's the hyena. Everyone looks at me very strange but we're going to show you the hyena first. Is that Sutu? I'm wondering if this is Sutu, but I'll need clarification from you experts. Still looks very fluffy, so suggests Sabado. I think it's Sutu. Yes, it is. It's Sutu for sure. Hello, girl. This is June's oldest daughter. We had June this morning. Johan's laughing at me. Okay, now for Mariebes. Let's just see if we can get a better angle. BK, how's that? Can you work with that? Let's see. That's better, marginally. It's workable. Now, BK said the last time he saw Mariebes was just when he was a cub. A tiny little cub. Well, he's not that small anymore, that's for sure. Definitely not that small anymore. It's funny, we had Kalamba and June, and now we've got Mariebes and Sutsu, and they're all related in one way or another. Mariebes is Kalamba's half-brother, and Sutsu is June's daughter. Let me just be clear that Sutsu is not related to Mariebes or Kalamba. But you know what I mean. Ah, that's the tail of the monitor lizard that you can see. It's not a branch. I'm wondering if there is a possibility we could go around and get his face. What do you think, Pete? I'm not sure. It's a tricky tree. We're also losing light.
Yeah.
I've still got all this foliage. Oh. It was a slow start to the afternoon, and I have to say it has slowly become amazing from Team Wendy, but we are going to send you now over to Team Rusty.
Yeah, still with Cara, and she's, well, still chilling, taking it easy. I think she's finished getting herself nice and clean, got most of the blood off and bits of gore, and is now just looking around and being a very chilled cat. I was just saying to David now, hello girl. It's the reason why sometimes they can be so hard to find. If you didn't know she had crossed in here, or you missed the track because she just went straight over the road, following her into here or finding her here would be near impossible. Not an easy block to find a leopard in this. And so she's chosen very well in being here. I'm not sure I'm going to stick with her though. I'm undecided. I feel like we've done so well to keep up with her already and to kind of spend time with her this morning and this afternoon. I don't really want to kind of knock that back by trying to follow her through a very thick area. Let's see what she does. That little white tip to the tail. Hee. So cool. Well, yes. Well, I mean, that's I don't know. Nearby. What is classified as nearby? Is it other female leopards that are territorial in this area? Yes. Other female leopards that are right here in this immediate vicinity? No idea. The area that we're in could potentially see Kalamba, could see Shadulu. That's pretty much those two. This block is horrendous though. It's not a nice place to off-road. I can see her tail, so as long as we've got a nice clear path where I don't have to crash through bushes, I think we'll be okay. She's just kind of going ahead of me at the moment on this game path. So this is the distance that I like to follow Cara at, not really much closer than this. Columba, you do this to her and you'll be lost in 5 minutes. She'll disappear on you. Cara's a little bit easier. She's not too bad and typically likes to just kind of keep on little game paths and stuff, so as long as you give her some space, she generally is okay. But I don't like to be right up her backside. I always like to be a little bit further away from her. Each leopard is different. Each one's got its own little personal bubble. And when you invade that, you start to cause damage rather than good. You see how she's just following the game path? Amazing, isn't it? That's why when we track, we follow game paths, because we know leopards are much like us. They like to follow path of least resistance and like to utilize areas that are nice and open, same as what we would do. Look at that camouflage as she goes through the grass. Amazing, eh? I love their camouflage. Alright, I'm going to go catch up with her. In the meantime, though, let's send you back to Lauren with another spotty cat.
Sutu's waiting very patiently, and it's actually really lovely to see her. Just like what a mom was doing this morning, learn from the best. Now we're just going to reverse because Marib's is repositioned again. He's not making this very easy for us, so bear with us. This is a magnificent tree. It's very iconic on Chitwa Open, but it's easy to lose a leopard in. Okay, Beaks. It's the same monitor lizard as yesterday, everybody. He just hoisted it, and that's... This is good. You've got better eyesight than me, BK. See, you just completely lose him up there. There we go. He's really feasting on it. And he hoisted the monitor lizard. And that's what they tend to do. They are nocturnal, so they'll sleep during the day. And this tree is not exactly the most comfortable of sleeping trees. So he's probably been resting on the ground, and now he's hungry again. And this is what we've been searching for. He's only come back to the kill now. Sutu is the absolute double of her mom. Double. I really see resemblance in animals. I don't know if I'm just crazy, though. I could just be crazy. There you go. See, it looks like June. Just the perfect double of June from this morning. I don't know if any of you see that. Do you see it, Beaks?
Yes.
He's saying yes. Okay. Brian, they do both. They're excellent hunters. Really, they are. They hunt in the same way that wild dogs do. And Ethiopian wolves or any animal that hunts via coursing, which is run, exhaust your prey. They've got remarkable endurance, hyenas, even although you don't think so. And it's very area dependent and it's very seasonal dependent. So they're said to hunt a lot more in the Masai Mara. I'm sorry, the views are not great. We do have a large log in the way. In the Masai Mara, they're said to hunt about 80 to 90%, and the remaining percent scavenge. Whereas here in the Lowveld, the figures are 50-50. And this is most likely due to the fact that winter is harsh here. It's really, really harsh. Whereas in the Masai Mara, the grass is sort of green all year round, which changes the behaviour of the antelope species and the zebra and the wildebeest migration. There's sort of massive differences between the two areas. So they're said to hunt in the Mara a lot more. But I think they hunt a lot more here. I just think we don't see it. Hyenas are very difficult to keep up with. There's drainage lines, there's sort of areas of really dense thicket that we can't get through. But either way, they still hunt and they still do scavenge. They're very resourceful, and I think that's what's overlooked about hyenas. Now, what we've seen recently, we've seen leopards steal each other's kills. We've seen lions, dark mane, steal leopards' kills. We've seen wild dogs come to Kalamba's kill. Okay, they didn't steal it. But all the predators steal from one another, especially in winter. I'm just never fully sure why hyenas have such a bad reputation for it. I don't really understand that, but they do. I mean, I'm convinced Shasha stole from Kalamba the other day. Tingana steals from Kalamba all the time. Darkmane has stolen quite a few kills recently from leopards, one being Tandy and the other being Shidulu. We've had an entire pride of lions in Kohumas go up that Jackoberry next to the dam cam to get Hosanna's kill. We've had Hosanna steal from Pretty the hyena, so it all works both ways. They all steal. They all klepto-parasitize from each other depending on the situation. Mareebs, I would love to see your face. Ah, thank you. BK can't tell how big you really are because they can't see you properly. I believe Tandy's tracks crossed back into Torchwood. So they spend some time together, then they separate. Then they spend some time together, then they separate. Kirsty, 100%. 100%. They get most of their sort of hydration needs met from blood and other liquid in the prey. They will drink water. We see leopards around dams and water holes all the time, but they get most of their hydration whilst they're on a kill from the liquid, mostly blood, that's in the prey. 100%. And again, it's really area dependent. They say sort of leopards in the Kalahari only need to drink every 10 days. Again, seasonal dependent. The seasons really affect the animals. And area dependent. Wow, there's definitely a lot of this monitor lizard left. It was a monster of a monitor lizard. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw Tristan's photos. I'm not sure if you can hear it, but there's a lot of crunching going on up there. Okay, so luckily my leopard is nice and still in a tree, but I believe Tristan is having quite the time keeping up with Cara.
Not only are we keeping up with her, but she's just made a kill. She's killed, I think, a scrub hare. She's walking off there with it in her mouth. I think it is a scrub hare. It's still twitching a little bit, so she's got it by the back of the head. But we just saw her just bolt all of a sudden and bound and jump down on something, and then she popped up with a scrub hare in her mouth. So Daika wasn't enough. She now has another meal, which is pretty crazy. So cool. Always nice to follow these young females at this time of the day. You know scrub hares are always going to be somewhere nearby and on the menu, but she's walking so far and through such horrible terrain. Cara, can't we stop somewhere, please? Just keeping up with her here is not easy. I don't even know where she's gone now, David. Do you see her? It's getting to that time of the day where it's getting super difficult to see a leopard and see it there. Also, we've got to go in the monkey orange, which is like the noisiest tree tree in the world on the car. See the tip of her tail. Just trying to go around so I'm not in this monkey orange anymore. Ugh, I hate these monkey orange thickets. Especially for following a leopard. It's the worst stuff. There is zero stealth about getting through this stuff. Sorry, my girl. I know it's noisy. I'm sorry. Is that all right, David?
Yep.
Well done, though, girl. Very exciting. Managed to make herself a little kill. We already got one, but now she's got herself a second. It'll be interesting to see if maybe hyenas rock up, because the scrubby didn't make a lot of noise. It just squeaked once. It didn't kind of go crazy and, bleat too much. So I don't think too much would have heard that, but our off-roading might attract somebody. So just I think that's also what she's looking for now. She's just checking she's not being followed. A meal like this, generally they don't take up trees, and there isn't really a tree nearby. If a hyena did come, she'd have a bit of a struggle with being able to hoist this. None of these bush willows that are around are of any use. But you can see that's a decent meal. It's not small. Do we have to go back that way? Back into the monkey orange, David. Of course. Jonathan, you say car is the cat of the week. Whew, that's a bold statement to be making. I reckon, for me, I'm afraid my cat of the week goes to Marips. Just because that's some kind of hardcore to overcome puff at a bite and then kill a monitor of that size. So he gets my cat of the week. But Cara certainly gets one of the better sort of... Well, she can be second cat of the week. How about that? Marips first and her second, although it's hard to say. I mean, Kalamba's been an absolute treat for us, so is Tandi, and they've pretty much all been good. It's hard to give it one leopard an accolade, but Marips is definitely the cat of the week for me, just because he's overcome something that most humans wouldn't be able to overcome, certainly not in that time frame. Can you see her, David? I lost her as well. Last time I saw her, she was here. Oh, there she is in front of me. Sorry, it's getting very dark. I think she's heading towards these marula trees, so she's got something she can go up into if something comes, which is clever. It shows that she's learning, and her previous experiences are one that she's taking into account. She's not just, bumbling around as a young leopard, not really knowing what's going on. She's most definitely learning from past experience of probably being robbed just to get to a bigger tree, and then from there you can settle and eat. David, do you need to go into infrared, or are you?
No, I'm going to need a light soon.
You're going to need a light soon, okay. Well, let's just try catch up with her, because she looks like she's just slowing down there. Alright, I'm going to try and just catch up to her. We'll try and just get our lights sorted out because it is getting dark. In the meantime, though, let's send you across to Lauren and the cat of the week.
Marips, did you hear that? You're Tristan's cat of the week, boy. They've all been so fabulous this week. I obviously haven't seen Cara, but from Kalamba, Marips, Tandi, I've been having such a good time. Even the Talamatis, 2 Impala yesterday, 2. And Darkmane. Can't forget about Darkmane. I think Tlalamba's been my cat of the week. That fight with Shasha, I've honestly never seen that before like that. I've seen leopards, body posture, sort of lateral presentation, we call it. I've seen leopards growl and salivate at one another, snarl. I've seen leopards just run away from each other, but I have never seen that before. Kalamba just wallop them. Kalamba's my cat of the week, I must say. And you too, Madibs. My goodness, he's really enjoying this monitor lizard. And sometimes it's nice to see, not nice, but it's interesting, sorry, completely wrong word, to see leopards eat different kills. Because sometimes we just think it's always Impala. It's not. It's really not. From scrub hares to monitor lizards to snakes to civets to genets. I bet you they eat so much more than we ever realize. BK and I actually had sighting. BK's sighting of the day was a bushveld gerbil. We saw one run across the road, and BK got to tick it off his mammals list. That was a sighting of our day. And it's also good to see these young leopards thriving. Marib's is young, Kara's young. I'm hoping that Kara keeps pushing into Djuma a little bit. Are you going to go into infrared? Okay, boss. BK's going to go into infrared. Which means your lovely, colourful, maybe slightly greeny picture is going to go black and white. Naturally, we don't spotlight here. Infrared's such a fantastic tool, it really is. For us and what we do, spending prolonged amount of time with the animals. Tandy will have left this lizard to him and she'll be off killing something far larger. You know, Tandy. Okay. I know that other vehicles are wanting to come in, but we are going to try and sit here with Maribs and Sutu as long as we can.
Welcome back to andBeyond Ngala, everybody. And the sun is now set, and it's starting to get a lot darker. And we've kind of I moved along the riverbed trying to see if I could find any tracks of that new female that's moving into the area. Excuse me, but I couldn't find any. Didn't hear anything. We were just commenting, Odie and I, on about how perfect and how typical this evening is for like a winter night in South Africa in the bush. I mean, it's getting dark, it's still, it's quiet, there's not too much wind blowing, and it's pretty cold. We're talking about how tomorrow morning is also probably going to be quite chilly, but it's for such a short period in the year, such a short period of time. And you'll see in the mornings it's cold, and then once the sun comes up, you start to warm up quite quickly. And during the days, it's hot, like you moving around in shorts and a t-shirt. But now, once the sun disappears, it gets very chilly. And we were commenting as well, the bush is starting to look quite dry at the moment as well. The grass is shortening, water is kind of drying up. Oh, sorry. And like how the smell of it, the look of it, the shorter grass, the dryness of it is like synonymous with the middle of winter and game drives here. You'll see somewhat in many respects it actually makes game viewing slightly better. And just because you can kind of predict animal behavior the animal's behavior slightly better. I'm going to keep going and see what else we can find this evening.
Well, we're still with Cara, and she's just taking it oh so easy. I think she has every right to, after the day that she's had. Alright, well, we'll sit here with her and see what else she gets up to. Well, still with Cara, she's having a little nap now, and she's been busy between eating a duiker, catching a scrub hare. I'm not surprised that she's having a little moment to herself. I'm not sure, I don't think she'll still be here tomorrow morning, but she certainly is not going to eat that in a hurry. If she was hungry, she would have already started feeding. The fact that she's just dropped it and is now just having a rest gives a very good indication that she's not too concerned with eating right now, and I expect then that she's going to just have a nice relaxed evening, and when she feels like eating, she will eat. Otherwise she's going to just take it nice and slow. Amazing how opportunistic they are. Like I said, I mean that carcass was, well, that kill happened in about 2 seconds. There was really nothing kind of leading up to it. She just went from stalking to running to kill, and that's all because there was just that moment that she saw, and she managed to get herself into a position where she could hunt it and kill it, and the opportunity was there. And a lot of you have asked about leopards and the way that they do things and how opportunistic they really are. That gives you a very good idea of just how opportunistic a leopard will be when it wants to be. They really don't shy away too much from getting the food that they need when they need it. Busy day for her though. She's been up a precarious tree this morning, very tall tree in the afternoon, eaten a duiker, chased a scrub hare. Yes, pretty much everything you could ask for if you're a little female leopard. And like I say, busy day. I think her mom would be proud of her. Aruda, no, not really. For hunting purposes, they typically stay within their territory. They'll go out of the territory really only for mating purposes, unless, of course, it's in a time of extreme difficulty. So if they, let's say in a drought and their territory happens to lie in an area where it's very, very, very difficult for them to find food, then you might see them starting to shift and change and try and move into territories where they can at least get the food that they need to survive. So that might happen, but for the most part, leopards are pretty good at staying within the area and finding the food that they need. And that's particular to here, because ultimately the experience that I've got is from this area. And this area there is always food because we have a lot of water. It might be very, very different in other parts of South Africa or Africa, where they might have to travel a little bit more. So places like the deserts, there, if it's seasonal and there's not much food around, then they might have to travel a little bit more into neighboring territory and risk it to be able to get food. But here, it's not really necessary. I find it a lot more common in lions. So lions sometimes cross into other territories purely because they follow, let's say, a herd of buffalo, and they'll try and kind of keep up with the herd of buffalo, and they chase them, and they can sometimes go into the neighbors' territories because of that. But leopards, not so much, no. They are quite short-range animals, and they don't trail things for a long time to try and get them in this area. There's a plethora of animals for them to eat, and because they're so adaptable, they don't also need to follow a big animal all the time. So like she can eat a scrub hare, duiker, impala, she can just as well eat a bird, a little mouse. Really anything and everything that is around is fair game for a leopard. So that's probably why they don't have to travel outside of territory for hunting. I'm just keen to see how this all settles down, this little section that we're in right now, because Tlalamba really been pushing quite a lot to this side lately. Then obviously Kara's here, Shiduli moves through here, so between the three of them, they're going to have to figure this out. One of them's going to have to take it. We're also going to end up in a situation where there's going to be always overlap. It's just the nature of things, but the overlap at the moment here and to the south is just ridiculous. These female cats are going to come to blows at some point. We can't have this kind of crazy density, and I mean Chitwa's going to be the powder keg in my opinion, or Little Gari actually more so, because you've got Tandi, Sabui, Kuchava and Tlalamba all concentrating in that area. And so at some point, those cats are going to come together, and it's going to be a massive blowout there at some point. And then here you've got the three, Tlalamba, Shiduli, and Kara. Now, Kara being slightly smaller than Tlalamba and Shiduli, I think will give way. But Tlalamba and Shiduli will be a very interesting interaction. I know they have been interacting before. We had that sighting on quarantine where Shiduli chased Tlalamba. But since then, Shiduli's hardly been anywhere near quarantine, so who knows what else has happened since. Time will tell, I'm afraid. Winter can get like this sometimes in winter because of the resources just starting to shrink a little bit, and water availability not as spread. I find the cats overlap slightly more as they try and make their way to waterholes, just to push that territory slightly in search of water. The other cat I forgot is Moya. She's in between all of this as well, which is craziness. Poor Moya, she's probably left her normal area thinking she'll find some sanctity and peace up here, and has just run into a plethora of cats on this side of the world as well. It was such a beautiful evening, and kind of skies were quite clear. See, now the clouds are starting to come back in again. I wonder if it's going to be overcast again tomorrow. It does get overcast though, it's going to be good conditions for the cats again tonight to hunt. Now a lot of you lately will probably be thinking, geez, we've spent a lot of time with leopards. And we have, and there's two reasons for it. One is this area is leopard rich, it's leopard dense. But the other thing is that unfortunately for us, through various circumstances, our access to lions and hyenas has vastly diminished. The only pride we really have access to is the Talamatis. Every now and then, maybe the Inkahumas and the Torchwoods, but those prides are on areas that most of the time we just can't get to. And even the Talamatis these days are in, I mean, there's a sighting of them right now, but we just can't get there. Not because we don't have traversed there, but we just, unfortunately, it's in a bit of a dead spot from a signal point of view, and that's been for years. It's close to the gate, and I don't know if their equipment there for the anti-poaching unit interferes somehow. I'm not sure how it all works, but there's just a little dead spot there. So, it's not that we don't want to spend time with other animals. It's just that, unfortunately, we can only view what we can see, and so the leopards have been good to us of late, and that's why we've spent a lot of time with them. But we try equally manage to kind of, if there's buffalo around, spend time with buffalo. If there's elephants, there's also only two of us. It's not like we have our Bushwalk feed anymore here at Djuma, so we can't balance everything as well as we would like to. So we do apologize if it's a bit leopard heavy. Some of you will love that it is leopard heavy, and others I know will hate it and will probably have something to say about it. But, you know, like I say, we do the best we can, and we try to bring you as much as we can from the African bush. We certainly don't try shy away from birds and things like that. We generally try and do, you know, try and give quite a balanced representation of this area. Well, most do. I mean, I know that I'm bad and I'm guilty of a very heavy leopard search, but ultimately that's my passion and what makes me tick out here, and it drives me to grow as a guide. It's not to say that I won't stop for a bird or an elephant or anything else. It's just, you know, I like the fact that we have this ability to see them here and follow their story and develop with them day by day as they go through their lives. It's a very unique opportunity. There's very few places that we have that opportunity to be able to follow the most elusive of the big cats as consistently as we do here. So that's why. We also have a lot of them at the moment, so it's difficult. When you think about it, here you have the opportunity sometimes. I was counting it out. Somebody asked me a few days ago, they're going to be coming into this area, and they were asking me about how many cats they can possibly see, and I sent them a message with it, and I actually didn't realize myself just how many there really are. It's a pretty amazing amount of cats, and I'll rattle them off for you quickly. So there's Nhlangula, Nsele, Luna, Tavangumi, Inkanyeni, Monzo, Watika, Tandi, Tlalamba, Mulawati, Moya, Subui, Shasha, Tsemba, Kuchava, Marips, Luna, Shadulu, Kara, Tortoisepan, and Quarantine. That is, I might have even missed something here. There's obviously the unknown ones that are around too. So, you know, that's I think over 20 already. When you add all that up, it is a lot of spotted cats in the area, and it's probably why we get a heavy focus on them. So yeah, I promise though that if the lions are around and they're in signal, we certainly will try to spend time with them as we did yesterday. All right, well, while we sit with her, we're going to ship you off to another part of Africa for some diversity that isn't a spotted cat.
Welcome back, everybody. What we've got here, and no, it doesn't look like one at the moment, and it's even confusing me. But it's a hyena. So that's the back of it. Did you see its nose like just come out of the shadow? There it goes. See, nose to the ground, going and going. And it's been one of those afternoons that, look how it's watching us, hey? So it's looking right at us. It can probably hear us. It's interesting to see it so, I wouldn't say intimidated by the vehicle, but it's super curious. Hyenas are incredibly curious, confident animals. But normally, once they realize that we've got no benefit to them in terms of providing food or any kind of entertainment or excitement, they normally just move on quite quickly. This one has been a little bit cautious, moving around us, looking at us. Look, he's doing it again, eh? Walk a couple of steps, stop, listen. Now he's looking just to our right-hand side and then back at us. And now he's realized we pose no threat and have got nothing to give him, and then he just turns off and carries on going. Okay, so off he goes. Or she, could have very well been a female. Just by its size, it was quite a big one. Off it goes. I think I'm going to keep going as well, see what other interesting things we can find this evening. As I said, this afternoon started off with an absolute gem of a sighting, and it's been a bit quiet. So let's see if we can't find something else now.
Hi, I'm Mike Anderson, and I come to you live every day from Eco Training Pridelands Conservancy in South Africa. The wild animal I think is most underrated. I think buffaloes are the most underrated. They're so tenacious and ferocious, and also very, very protective of each other, which I find incredible. You know, sometimes people think of the big five, they just think of lions and leopards and other big animals, but I think buffaloes are pretty underrated.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
Right, so Cara hasn't moved at all. She is just taking it very, 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 very relaxed this afternoon. It's just amazing though how she kind of bumbled about a bit, found herself another meal. Sometimes life for a leopard must be so easy, and then other times you see them hunting and they miss everything, and it's hard work and it's difficult. It's amazing how they have good days and bad days just like we do. Sometimes we see things, sometimes we don't. And I think it's the same for them, you know, some days is better than others. But we've been sitting in quite sort of relative silence, David and I. David's not being very chatty today. He's been going down rabbit holes of camera gear, which has led to a very studious David behind me reading about his camera equipment. So it's been quite quiet though this evening. No lions roaring like last night. It's just a lot more relaxed this evening than it was yesterday. James Richard, you're asking about Lunga's territory. Oh, James, I mean, this is a tough one because, you know, at the moment there's just so many cats here, and territory dynamics is almost head-splitting at times from a point of view of even, and they are complete guesses right now because you've just got all these young boys, you've got these other boys that are moving in that are, you know, new to the area, like that male from the Timbavati, the male with the broken tail. You've got all these, like I say, females that are around, and let's not forget that Stabui, Kuchava, Tlalamba are not old cats. Shadulu even, Cara, they're not old cats at all. They are still within their primes, all of those cats. So for Luna, I mean for Lunga, it's going to be quite tricky. I think she's going to have a tough time. I suspect though that maybe where she's going to fit in, and what my gut feel tells me, is that she's going to either slide in kind of between Kupona or Klebe Rocks, which is in she's in Malamala and Sabui's original offspring, or her original cub. So she's either going to slide in between her and Mom, or she's going to try and sort of work her way into where, and maybe this is where the sort of Moya movement is coming in, as she's pushing Moya with Markham-Sava. So Markham-Sava coming from the southwest and she's coming from the southeast, and that's kind of almost squeezed Moya northwards. So that could be it. I don't know though, to be honest with you. I think it's going to be a very, very tricky balance. These cats, like I say, either their territories have got to start diminishing, or they're going to have to start going further afield. And if we look at Inzutini, I don't know when the last reported sighting of her was, but I know that she's gone way south into Mala Mala at times. I think she was seen briefly on Londolozi the other day. So I don't even know where she is. She's ranging and trying to find an area. And it must be tough, you know, this northern sector, so everything from kind of north of the Sand River on the Mala Mala Londolozi side is quite well or comprehensively populated with female leopard. So either her option is to go eastwards, which we have no idea what's in there because that's Kruger and very big block, or she's going to maybe try push into Ottawa, but Ottawa has Nkangala and Serengeti female. Hukamuri hasn't been seen in a long time. Hukamuri female, for those of you before you get confused. Hasn't been seen in a long time. And then there was also Finfoot and her sister that will also have been seen in Ottawa, so that's a little bit packed up there in Kua. So it's not a lot of space for her to go, but hopefully she'll just siphon off something somewhere. I think it's going to be very interesting to see what happens with Sibui and that current cub that she's got. So a lot of reports of Sibui with a cub, but I don't think anyone's actually got a photograph or anything like that, and Sibui has been very scarce of late. I haven't heard of an update on her in a while. So, I mean, it depends where she ends up. It depends where Tlalamba starts to push into, because Tlalamba just seems to be like, I'm going to take everywhere and everything for myself. Everything the light touches is mine, in Tlalamba's mind. So it's going to be interesting to see how she goes. You know, what's Tandi's movement after she leaves Marips? Kuchava with this new cub, where's she going to fit into all of this? And then there's Monzo, there's Watika to the east as well. I mean, it's crazy. When you start to list and rattle off all these names, you start to understand very quickly that it's hard for a young little female in these areas. And while we're not seeing huge amounts of females on Djuma itself, the area around Djuma is heavily populated with female leopard at the moment, and that makes life tricky for these little young up-and-coming females. And if mom doesn't give a section of her territory and give way slightly, it becomes even harder for them to find space. So that is a very, very, very long-winded answer to I'm not sure, James. Maybe I could have started with that. I really don't know, but my gut feel tells me somewhere in that little, like, southern Hofmans, northern Mala Mala, somewhere there. Maybe even into Marthley on Londolozi a little bit. That would be my kind of rough guess, but it really is open to being anywhere right now. There's a lot going on. And the males is no different. I mean, I feel sorry for Tsemba and Marips and Shasha, because life, you know, we always say life is the hardest when they're cubs, but life is about to get just as hard for them now to find a space to settle. There's male leopards up and coming all over the place, and the great thing about the current Sabi Sands sort of northern, I want to say northern, but central north, if you cut the Sabi Sands in half from north-south, and the northern block of the Sabi Sands at the moment is hugely populated with young male leopard, and that's really nice to see. You know, we've got so many boys of a similar age range, and from Hosanna to Tamba to Euphorbia to Nweti, White Dam. You know, up here we've got Tavangumi, we've got Inklangula, we've all these youngsters. The future is bright for the Sabi Sands. It's just that it's going to have to go through a phase of a lot of movement and settling before. Now, you're losing her, David. Where's she going?
Gone right past the kill.
She's gone right past the kill. Why has she gone past the kill, David? You wonder. I wonder the same things, David. You know, it's also a problem. Is going to be off-roading in this at night is going to be spectacular. In fact, I probably am not going to do it. If she's got a kill and I can't see where I'm going, I don't really want to attract huge amounts of attention to this area and to where her kill is. And so we might actually leave her. Well, I'm going to try and see where she's gone and where she's headed. If she really is walking quite far, I'm not going to go much further. I'll let her carry on. Her kill is right here, so I don't know why she's left it. We'll just see what we can do and whether or not we are going to continue to follow her.
We're completely surrounded by darkness. Some eerie feeling out here in the bush, but that's when we start our search for nocturnal animals. And we don't always get lucky because night has only just fallen. The sun has only gone down. It doesn't mean that... Sorry, I got really distracted by that radio there. It doesn't mean that the nocturnal animals are immediately going to be out. It takes time. But this is when we start our search, and we sometimes do get lucky. Naturally, we're looking for eye shine. And as soon as we see the eye shine, we turn this off, and the IR does the rest of the work. So sometimes we don't even know what it is. Roughly, you can gauge when it's an Impala, it might be a white-tailed mongoose or even a genet. But you turn this off immediately because you don't want to be shining artificial light on them. So that's why sometimes we don't always know what the IR is going to pick up. But you got to find that shine first. Otherwise, you're going to be looking at a whole lot of bush. The slower you drive, the easier it is to also pick up this eye shine. And also listen, the slower you drive, the less sort of noisy the engine is. You can listen for calls, alarm calls, audio. Sometimes you find, honestly, absolutely nothing, but sometimes you have the most winning sightings at nighttime. You really never know what you're going to see. So we're going to continue our bumble through the night and see what else we can find.
Welcome back, everybody. So I've just popped into the riverbed here, and I've taken the time to kind of stop and listen for a moment. And in that process, managed to find this little scrub hare. And one of the serious advantages of having this UV light is that you can watch an animal like this in its natural behavior without influencing it whatsoever. So normally scrub hares in a spotlight, will be running in the road, and you're often chasing them behind, and they're incredibly quick animals. They play to their advantages by running in the road, the path of least resistance, and playing to their strengths, and that's their agility and their speed. But now, sitting next to the scrub hare with all the lights off, we're able to watch it just foraging around, and you'll see maybe it's in the riverbed, kind of looking for new shoots of grass. I mean, the water table's quite high here, and you see it's picked up quite a big piece of grass. They're normally quite fussy with the short little tufts of grass that they can find, maybe like new shoots, green shoots. It's not unheard of for them to be eating like little shrubs and little new shoots on trees. But it must be super tricky to be one of these guys out here, the scrub hare. I mean, they're on the menu for almost everything. Small enough for snakes and birds, but also a lion wouldn't shy. Look at the big stretch. Okay, I'm going to keep going along in the riverbed as this hare jumps away, and I'll send you over to Grant.
Welcome back, everyone, where we've managed to find some of the members of Mountain Pride, and they are busy feasting. if I keep quiet, you might hear some bones crunching.
This is not single Hyena mobile with Nocturnal from the
So you see that one on the right hand side of your screen, the one that's standing up at the moment? That is the mom. And then we have the 3 sub-adults on the left hand side. And one of them has just gotten up and, just before you joined us, gotten up and lay down just out of the picture at the moment in the long grass. But they seem to have, well, they have caught an Ngala probably sometime this afternoon. It looked like quite a young Ngala, so maybe even this evening. And they are still eating very intensely. And every now and then, because the meat is running out, as the meat gets less and less, the lions get more and more competitive over what's remaining. And so they are having quite a few battles for the remaining meat. So while you were not with us, we were on our way to check through an area where there were some female leopard tracks. This very skittish, it basically darted across the road. And then we stuck in the area for a little bit, and we did manage to get one more look at it. But it wasn't keen to be on TV this evening. So we left it and we came to look for these lions. And yeah, we managed to catch up with them. And we couldn't actually find them where they were left. But we were told that they were feeding. And so we drove like close by to where the ranger explained the position to us. And we stopped and switched off, and we actually found them by listening. We heard the bones crunching. So they're only about 20 or 30 meters off the road. But the sounds of the bush are often drained out by the sound of the vehicle or the engine. So it is a good idea when you're out in the bush to just switch off and listen sometimes. Where we're sitting right now, I can actually hear some Impalas alarm calling behind us, and we not too leopard earlier, so maybe she's come out again and she's on the move. And those Impalas can definitely see something, and it sounds as though they are coming from the direction where that leopard was. So we are in quite a tricky area at the moment for viewing these lions, but we'll see if anything changes.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngala Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
My name is Moritz, and I come to you live every day from Tswalu Kalahari here in South Africa. My favorite thing is probably the predators, and as you can see, we're looking at some of them right now. These are the kings of the Kalahari. Spending time with the cats, it's just a privilege, and I love their behavior. You know, the more that you look at them, just the power and the sheer beauty and elegance of them.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond in Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
We were just looking at a nightjar off in the distance there. It's amazing that you can actually spot their spotlights. And I'm not using my legs. I need to stretch them. 4 hours is a phenomenally long time to be driving without a break. I'm living the chill life. But in all seriousness, although I'm very chilled, it allows you to focus a little bit more on finding nocturnal animals because the car's an automatic low range. So I'm not having to worry about driving or putting my foot down on the accelerator too much. You've got this sort of luxury of just being able to look for that eye shine. I haven't found a single... Well, we had a nightjar. But other than that, I don't have much else. But still, I'm driving slow enough, and I can see beautiful lights over there that I think is Tristan. He's trying to beat me home for dinner. I never see Dobby run so fast, but when it's dinner time, my goodness, he flies to that kitchen. I'm pretty convinced that's them. We had a wonderful genet sighting the other day. It was my best genet sighting. So you do get these nocturnal sightings that just blow your mind. And I think the slower that you do drive, the more you are able to just home in on your spotlight and catch that reflection. So this is my new driving technique. And I like it. Do you like it, Beeks? Yeah. Beeks loves it. This is how we're going to drive from now on, okay? Yeah, let's do this. Even after wild dogs. Okay? This is how we're going to roll on Team Wendy. That vehicle's getting closer. It's definitely Team Rusty. Ooh, some of you are asking if I can drive like this while off-roading. Do you know, I probably could if I maybe straighten up my spine. We have a lot of off-roading practice. I mean, I remember coming here and thinking, oh my goodness. You really develop a knack for it. There's an animal there, I'm just not sure if it's a tiny little steenbok, and if it is, I don't really want to. Is that a steenbok, Beeks? Yes, it is. Let's let it be. It's a diurnal animal. So I've got my spotlight off it. But let's just let it go off into the night. Good luck, little one. But yes, I don't know if I could do it off-roading. Maybe I should practice, not with an animal present, and see if it's actually possible. Tristan and Darby have begged me back for dinner. We better get a move on, Beak, so there's going to be no food left. So as I put my foot on that accelerator properly now, we are going to send you guys over to Phinda.
So there haven't been any eruptions at this carcass. There was one much earlier, just before you joined us the first time. And so I'm thinking that any second now there might be a bit of a fight, but these two that are in the screen at the moment are the only two left feeding. Seems like they're each quite content with the little piece that they've got. And they're basically cleaning that carcass of any meat. And sorry, I missed the question in our last segment together, but Jason was asking if there's a hierarchy with lions, or when it comes to lions feeding. And with lions, it kind of comes down to who's more hungry and who's more has to compete for their piece of meat, and nobody stands back for anybody else. The only time there will be a little bit of that situation is when mom might have killed something already and left her cubs quite far away. Then she'll eat a little bit, and then she'll go and fetch the cubs and bring them to the kill, and she might not necessarily eat straight away. Also, once she's killed something, if the cubs are with her as she's killed it, while she's catching her breath, the mom is still feeding. You can see her on the right of your screen. While she's catching her breath, then the cubs will eat, but once she's ready to feed, she'll come in and start feeding. And so the cubs sometimes are more competitive because they are growing and they've got a very fast metabolism. They need to take in as much meat and protein as possible. So we do see the cubs being more aggressive, and it appears as though they are being given the opportunity to eat first. But it's just because of the fact that they're more aggressive and assertive at a carcass. So yeah, I mean, even with a male, it's not like the other lions step back and let him take the kill. If they have a chance and they can defend it from the male, then they definitely will do that as well. Sure, but it's been an amazing afternoon. This drive this afternoon has been absolutely action-packed. We've had the leopard and the cubs. We spent a long time at the leopard and cubs on Ngala, long time at that waterhole, with hippos out the water here and in Ngala. We had a leopard here, but you didn't get to see it, but you had a leopard as well at Djuma. So yeah, really, really good afternoon, and really fitting to end it off with lions feeding on an Ngala. And it seems as though they are finishing off, and afterwards they're going to probably find a spot to rest, and I'm sure this is where they're going to be in the morning, so we might even come back and have a look what's going on here first thing tomorrow morning. But thank you so much everyone for joining us this afternoon, and tomorrow morning we will be back and ready to go from 6:30 Central African time, so we hope to see you all for the morning safari.